Chapter 852. P.S. Thank you to Wongit, Waning Moon Crazy, and Shirley for the precious moon flakes. Thank you to Nightdew AS1, 157747860, and Nickfanny for the tip. Don't worry about the experiment's confidential procedures. If the experiment continues in the future, just give me a call. I'll teach Accelerator a lesson, Sei Ito ordered firmly. Then, his tone softened as he looked at Accelerator on the ground and continued, but after this incident, I'm sure you'll stop that stupid experiment of yours. After that, Sei Ito, Misaka Sis, and Misaka Mikoto fell silent. Thank you, Misaka Mikoto thanked him sincerely after taking a sniff. It's nothing. I just don't like to see ignorant girls being used as experimental subjects, Sei Ito said nonchalantly. Then, he took out his phone and dialed Underworld Soul Chaser's number. I'm Underworld Soul Chaser. Soon, Underworld Soul Chaser's comforting voice came from the phone. Doctor, it's me. Arrange a room for me. I'll be sending a special patient over, Sei Ito said directly. Got it, Underworld Soul Chaser said calmly. Come with me, Sei Ito said to Misaka Mikoto and Misaka Mikoto after hanging up the phone. After that, he ignored the two of them. He walked up to Accelerator and squatted down. He carried Accelerator's body on his shoulder and walked out of the experiment field. Misaka Sis and Misaka Mikoto, who had subconsciously treated Sei Ito as their pillar of support, did not say anything. They followed him obediently and walked into the distance. About 20 minutes later, the three of them arrived at a certain university's third medical hospital where Underworld Soul Chaser was staying. They saw Underworld Soul Chaser waiting for them there. Although I had some guesses when I picked up the phone, I didn't expect you to really defeat him. You're really something, Underworld Soul Chaser said emotionally as he looked at Accelerator, who was being pushed into the infirmary by a nurse. It's just that my ability countered his ability. If it were any other ability, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. Maybe I'll be the one who's dying and be sent to you instead, Sei Ito shrugged nonchalantly. You're humble. Underworld Soul Chaser looked at Sei Ito and smiled. Then, he stopped smiling and continued, I'll go treat him first. You guys can go back and rest? No, I have something to trouble you with later. I'll stay here and wait for you. Ito Sei shook his head slightly. Alright then. Mikoto, Mikoto Mikoto, Mikoto, and Mikoto Mikoto, Mikoto, and Misaka Mikoto Mikoto Misaka Mikoto, and Mikoto 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 go. Then. Hey, what are we doing here? After the Underworld Soul Chaser disappeared, Yizichin asked. Misaka Mikoto turned to Sei Ito and asked. First of all, my name is not Hei. My name is Sei Ito. Secondly, let's stay here and wait for the doctor to come out so that he can check on Misaka sis, said Sei Ito as he turned around and sat down on a bench. Why do you need to check your body? Misaka Mikoto glanced at her sister, who had been expressionless since the beginning, and turned to Sei Ito with a puzzled look. Sei Ito looked at Misaka Mikoto as if he was looking at an idiot. Of course I'm here to check if there's anything wrong with Misaka Mikoto's body. Seeing Sei Ito's expression, Misaka Mikoto blushed and turned her head away awkwardly. After that, Misaka Mikoto and her sister walked to the side and sat down. He waited quietly with Sei Ito until the Underworld Soul Hunter, who had healed Accelerator, reappeared 40 minutes later. Follow me. He walked to Sei Ito, Misaka Mikoto, and Misaka Mikoto's Underworld Soul Hunter, who had stood up when he saw him. He then continued walking forward without stopping. Seeing this, Ito Sei and the other two did not hesitate and immediately stepped forward to follow. A few minutes later, they arrived at a fully equipped infirmary. She's the one, right? Sei Ito asked Misaka Mikoto as he turned on the lights and the equipment. Yes, Sei Ito confirmed with a nod. Little girl, put on these clothes and lie down there. He took a dark green jumpsuit from the equipment and handed it to Misaka Mikoto's underworld soul hunter. Misaka Mikoto took the jumpsuit and placed it on the table. He walked to the side and placed it on a table. Then, he took off his clothes in front of Ito-sei, Misaka Mikoto, and underworld soulseeker. Wait a minute. Misaka Mikoto's face turned red as she panicked and yelled. Then, Misaka Mikoto ran to Misaka Mikoto's side and said to Sei Ito and Underworld Soul Hunter, "Why aren't you guys turning around?" Sei Ito and Underworld Soul Hunter looked at each other and turned around with smiles on their faces with their backs facing Misaka Mikoto's Underworld Soul Hunter. Misaka Mikoto dragged her sister to a corner and used a white coat as a curtain to change her clothes. She scolded her sister softly as she looked at Ito-sei and the underworld soul chaser who had their backs facing them. Misaka Mikoto was reprimanding Misaka Mikoto in a low voice. Amidst the rustling, the Misaka sister quickly changed into her clothes and walked over to the inspection device pointed out by the underworld's soul hunter. "It's done," Misaka Mikoto said. Hearing Misaka Mikoto's words, Underworld Soul Hunter and Sei Ito walked to the equipment and watched as Misaka Mikoto's Underworld Soul Hunter operated the equipment to check Misaka Mikoto's body. After a while, with a beep sound, the examination ended. "How is it?" Misaka Mikoto asked Underworld Soul Hunter, who was looking at the report nervously. "It's not looking good." Underworld Soul Hunter frowned. "What do you mean?" Misaka Mikoto's heart skipped a beat and asked. "Under normal circumstances, a person needs time to grow from birth to maturity. Even if there's an external force in the process, it can't be too excessive. Otherwise, it'll cause serious damage to the body. This theory can be applied to clones as well." The Underworld Soul Hunter lifted his head to look at Misaka Mikoto, who was staring at him intently, and explained, "There are obvious signs of catalysis on this little girl's body. Moreover, the catalysis didn't care about her lifespan at all. That's why there are all kinds of dangerous factors in her body. She could mutate at any time due to an accident. She'll lose her life. Even if nothing happens, her lifespan won't exceed a year." At the end of his speech, the Underworld Soulseeker could not help but let out a long sigh. "How can this be? How can this be?" After listening to Underworld Soul Hunter's explanation, Misaka Mikoto mumbled to herself in a daze. "Although this is a tricky problem, I don't think it'll be a problem for you, Doctor," Sei Ito said after seeing Misaka Mikoto's reaction. After hearing Sei Ito's words, Misaka Mikoto's eyes lit up. Misaka Mikoto's eyes lit up as she looked at the frog doctor in her heart, soul hunter of the underworld, with anticipation and nervousness. "I can indeed heal her body, but her lifespan won't be restored for long. She'll probably only have 20 to 30 years left," Underworld Soul Hunter said confidently. 20 to 30 years is better than 1 year. "What do you think, Mikoto?" Sei Ito said to Underworld Soul Hunter. He then turned to Misaka Mikoto and asked. "Yes." Misaka Mikoto nodded. "Misaka Mikoto, from today onwards, you will stay in this hospital and receive treatment from the doctor beside me." Seeing that Misaka Mikoto had agreed, Ito-sei made the decision on behalf of Misaka Mikoto and Misaka Mikoto. "Understood." Misaka Mikoto replied gratefully. Misaka Mikoto replied expressionlessly with her unique way of speaking. "I'll leave her in your care, Doctor." Sei Ito looked at Underworld Soul Hunter again. Underworld Soul Hunter nodded and agreed to Sei Ito's request. "All right, now that Misaka Mikoto is settled, you should go back and rest. You should go back and rest. I remember that your Tokawadai Girls' School has a curfew." Ito-sei turned to Misaka Mikoto and smiled. Oh no. Misaka Mikoto's heart had been filled with thoughts of Misaka Mikoto ever since she met her sister. She had completely forgotten about the curfew until now. Her expression changed drastically as she yelled at Mikoto. She then said to Misaka Mikoto urgently, "Stay here and receive treatment. I'll come and visit you when I have time." I'll be leaving now. Dr. Frog, I'll leave the child in your care. And Seito as well. Thank you. Misaka Mikoto waved at Underworld Soul Hunter and Seito as she ran out of the room. What about you? Why aren't you leaving? Underworld Soul Hunter turned to Seito and asked as he watched Misaka Mikoto leave. I'd like to enter the hospital from tomorrow onwards and learn from you. Underworld Soul Hunter asked. Seito replied with a serious expression. Why would you have such an idea? Underworld Soul Hunter asked with a surprised expression. It's because I've troubled you twice and I don't know how to repay you. After thinking about it, I think my ability might be of some use to you. That's why I want to enter the hospital and be your assistant. I'll do whatever I can to help you. Seito explained. I only helped you out of sympathy for the children. You don't have to do this. Underworld Soul Hunter shook his head slightly. Although you might be doing this out of sympathy, you'll still be a great help to me. I can't be so thick-skinned as to pretend that nothing happened. Seito said with determination. Underworld Soul Hunter stared at Seito quietly for a moment. He didn't see any hesitation on Seito's face. He sighed softly and said, Since you insist, then come. All right, I'll report to the hospital tomorrow. Seito smiled happily. Seeing this, Underworld Soulseeker also laughed. After that, Seito stayed in the treatment room for a while longer before bidding farewell to Misaka's sister and Underworld Soul Hunter and returning to his dormitory. After returning home, Seito was naturally bitten by Indix, who had been waiting for him for a long time and was worried about him. Indix left a clear row of teeth marks on his arm. The next day, Seito brought Indix to the third medical hospital of a certain university as promised. After temporarily placing Indix in an office assigned to him, Seito began to learn from Underworld Soul Hunter. With his experience as a medical ninja captain in Konoha, Seito quickly mastered the work in the hospital. Coupled with his photographic memory, which was comparable to perfect memory, and the application of psychokinesis in the medical field, Underworld Soul Hunter was amazed and even surprised. He began to guide Seito in the direction of becoming a good doctor. Just like that, one taught diligently while the other studied diligently. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, it was unknown whether it was because of the Underworld's Soul Hunter, or because of Itsunari's destruction and battle record, or because the mastermind behind the scenes, Alistair, had other ideas, but the plan based on absolute ability users was finally frozen. After that, Underworld Soul Hunter, who received the news through a special channel, mobilized his power and transferred Rusty's sisters to Indix. Indix then began to manage their bodies. Seito turned his head to look out the window while listening to Indix's playful conversation. Now, all that's left is Misaka Network's management desk, the last seat. I might as well save her tonight, he thought to himself. Indix, I'm going downstairs to check on the patients. Seito, who acted on impulse, got up from his seat and walked to the door while speaking to Indix. Oh. After a few days of getting used to Ito Cheng's sudden departure, Inticus, who had gotten used to it, nodded nonchalantly. Bang! Seito walked out of the office in a flash and closed the door behind him. Then, Seito walked slowly to another room in the third medical hospital that was used to house the Misaka sisters while the nurses greeted him. How do you feel? Seito asked the Misaka sisters. After the frog-faced doctor's treatment, I feel much better, the Misaka sisters replied. While they were speaking, the expressionless Misaka sisters even moved their hands and legs to show how they were feeling. Seito saw this and nodded with a smile. Then, he said to the Misaka sisters, It's good that you feel good. Also, I heard from another channel that there's a superior individual among you. Do you know where she is? I'm going to save her as well. Seito continued. We don't know the exact location of the superior individual, the Misaka sisters said thoughtfully. Is that so? Then, do you remember which research institute you were in? Tell me its location. Ito-sei frowned when he heard this, then asked again. This time, the Misaka sisters did not hesitate and quickly told Sei-Ito the name of the research institute they were in. Chapter 853. That night, after putting Inticus to sleep, Sei-Ito once again jumped out of his dorm's balcony and headed towards the research institute he learned from the Misaka sisters earlier in the day. He wasn't sure if it was for the convenience of the experiment or because Misaka Mikoto was in School District 7, but the research facility used to create Misaka Mikoto was also in School District 7. This saved Ito-sei the trouble of traveling in the middle of the night. Therefore, after a certain amount of time, Ito-sei successfully arrived outside the experimental institution. As an intruder, there was no way he could use the main entrance. Therefore, Sei-Ito used his psychokinesis to lift his body to a window on the third floor. He opened the window with his psychokinesis and dashed into the research institute. Tisk, as expected of a research institute that does illegal work. Their defense mechanisms are quite strong. Infrared rays, cameras, patrolling robots, and special alarm systems are all here, Sei-Ito said as he locked the window and looked around the corridor. The so-called special alarm system was the same as the patrolling robot. They used their senses to lock onto an aptitude user's AGEM diffusion field to prevent an aptitude user from invading. Other than the electric user's super electromagnetic gun, which Misaka Mikoto could use to disable or deceive these devices, most aptitude users would be detected by the alarm system and expose themselves to failure. However, Sei-Ito was not an aptitude user who used his personal reality to develop himself in Academy City. There was no such thing as an HM diffusion field around him. The one he had was disguised by the modified nanomachines. As long as he temporarily shut it down, it would return to its original state. There was no need to worry about being detected by the special alarm system. After eliminating one threat, Sei-Ito used his psychokinesis, absolute and invisibility, to seal his presence and hide the heat emitted from his body to fool the patrolling robots that were equipped with thermal sensors. Sei-Ito then used his special footwork to avoid the surveillance cameras and wandered around the research institute. The direction Sei-Ito was heading towards. It was the floor where Misaka Sis had told him about his initial spawn point. After walking carefully for a while, Sei-Ito finally arrived at the birthplace of the Misaka sisters. It was an empty floor with about 10 incubators in each room. Sei-Ito walked along the corridor and searched room by room. "Would you like a drink?" After searching through countless rooms, a woman's voice could be heard faintly from the corridor not far away. "Thank you." Then, another soft female voice sounded. "It's delicious," the soft voice praised. "How much more information do you have to sort out?" the voice from before asked. "There's still a lot," the soft voice said in frustration. "Hurry up and tidy up. That way we can say goodbye to this plan for good," the first voice said encouragingly. "Yes," the soft voice said excitedly. Then, the soft voice suddenly asked, May, do you think it's okay to give the final product to that man?" "It doesn't matter if it's okay or not. Once the final product is handed over, we don't have to be babysitters anymore. Isn't that easier?" the woman named May said eagerly. "That's right," the soft voice echoed without any opinion of its own. Hearing this, Sei-Ito frowned and thought to himself, "Has the final product been handed over? Who's the person who received it? Am I AO from the original work? Or someone else?" Then, he stomped on the ground and dashed towards the direction of the two women's voices. He dashed into the room where the two women were. Before they could react, he knocked them out with a karate chop. Plop, plop. Following two loud thuds, the two women's bodies fell heavily to the ground. "So it's the two of them. No wonder they're still tidying up in the middle of the night," Sei-Ito muttered to himself as he looked at the two women who had fainted on the ground. The two women on the ground were the researchers who were responsible for receiving the awakened Misaka sisters. They used the learning device to input their initial knowledge, cut their hair, dress them, and dress them up. Seito then walked to the two women and squatted down. He placed his hands on their heads and activated the Yamanaka family's secret technique to read their memories. Soon, the image of a cold man in a black suit carrying Misaka Mikoto, who was only wrapped in a beige cloth, appeared in front of Seito's eyes. There's no identification mark on them at all. In other words, I can't use this image to find the final product's whereabouts. It seems like I can only wait until the final product leaves on its own. Or maybe Ami-Ao will take over and retrieve it. Seito thought to himself as he used his hypnosis ability and mental sensing ability to modify the two women's memories. He then woke them up and left the research institute using the same path he came from. Since it wasn't difficult for Seito to enter, it didn't take long for him to leave. Seito successfully left the research institute building and rushed back to his dorm. The days after that went back to normal. Every day, he would bring Inticus to the third medical hospital of a certain university. While learning modern medical technology from the underworld's soul-chasing technique, he gradually let go of his responsibilities and started to treat patients independently. At night, he would bring Inticus back to the dormitory and cook her favorite Chinese food for her to eat. During this time, there were no incidents of sorcerers coming to his door, nor were there any conflicts with the Black Ops of Academy City. It was very peaceful. However, Seito didn't stay idle for too long. After all, he still had to deal with the final product. Therefore, other than using his electromagnetic control ability to hack into the network when no one was paying attention to find Fanchuan Kikyo, he also paid attention to the situation on the streets when he was shopping with Inticus. He wanted to see if he was lucky enough to run into the final product that had left. On this day, in the morning of August 28th, as a special wave approached him and was blocked by the Rubik's Cube's instinctive defense, Seito frowned and sat up from the ground. Ah Cheng! Inticus, who was still asleep, murmured with a blissful smile on her face. Clearly, the Seito that appeared in her dream was a delicious meal and nothing else. However, Seito, who turned his head to look at her because of her cry, tensed up and stood up from the ground with a face full of astonishment. At this time, Inticus, who was lying on the bed, no longer had her original petite body. Instead, she had turned into his classmate cum class monitor's blue-haired earrings. The fallen angel incident. Seeing this, Seito, who had already figured out what was going on, murmured to himself. Then, he sighed helplessly. Looks like I'll have to endure Inticus's different body and mind for the next 2 days. In order to prevent Inticus from biting him and making him feel uncomfortable, Seito tried his best to control himself. He didn't want Inticus to feel that his behavior was too abrupt, but he also tried his best to satisfy Inticus's needs. Therefore, after a day and a half of hard work, that is, on the evening of August 29th, along with another strange wave, Inticus's body finally returned to its original appearance. Seito was greatly relieved. August 30th, after going through his past memories again, Seito traced the time and place of the last item's appearance. Once again, when no one was paying attention, he used electromagnetic control to invade the city's network, especially the street surveillance system in School District 7. He browsed through all the street surveillance footage, especially the content related to fast food restaurants. After carefully browsing for a while, a petite figure wrapped in a tattered quilt appeared in front of Seito. Finally found her. I can't give her a chance to come in contact with Accelerator. I'll go and bring her back now, Seito thought to himself. Inticus, this way. Then, Seito called out to Inticus and led her to the location of the last item at a normal speed. A moment later, Seito and Inticus appeared on the street where the last item was located. Then, Seito walked all the way to the last item without stopping, The last item, who was walking with her head lowered, did not notice that two people had suddenly appeared in front of her. She bumped into Ito's body, and was pushed to the ground by the force of the impact. She let out a very cute cry of pain. "Are you okay, little sister?" Inticus, who was usually very caring, walked up to the last item and extended his right hand in front of her, asking gently, "I'm fine, Misaka. The last item reached out and held Inticus's hand to stand up. She looked at Inticus with a cute smile and answered in a way that was different from other Misaka sisters. "Ah, a big discovery," Misaka said in surprise. Then, when she saw the face of the person who bumped into her, a strand of hair on her forehead jumped slightly, and she exclaimed loudly. Then, she let go of Inticus's hand, took a step back and bowed to Ito. Misaka sincerely thanks you for saving her life." "It's nothing, I just did what I should do." Ito leaned forward and put his hand on the last item's head with a smile. Gulu. At this moment, a strange sound came from the last work's stomach. Chapter 854. Are you hungry? Let's go, I'll take you to get something to eat, Ito said gently with a smile as he looked at Last Work, who was embarrassed. Thank you so much, Misaka thanked him happily. At the same time, she's convinced that the person in front of her is a good person, Last Work said with stars in her eyes. Itose smiled and reached out to hold Last Work's hand. He then led her and Inticus, who had a puzzled look on his face, to the nearest fast food restaurant. "Ah Ching, what were you guys talking about?" Indix, who could not hide his feelings, asked angrily. "Do you still remember those Misaka sisters we met in the hospital?" Itose looked at Inticus and said, amused. "Are you talking about those ice beauties?" Indix asked in confusion. As for how Indix addressed the Misaka sisters, it all started when he accidentally followed Ito into the special infirmary and met the Misaka sisters. In the beginning, Indix was angry that Ito knew so many Misaka sisters. However, after spending some time with them, Indix thought that the expressionless, emotionless, and good-looking Misaka sisters were the most perfect girls he had ever seen. That was why he gave them such a nickname. Then, he turned to look at Last Work, who was being held by Ito, as if he had thought of something. "Now that you mention it, she does look like them. She's just a little smaller. Misaka just hasn't grown up yet. She's not small at all." Misaka refuted with all her might. Upon hearing Inticus's words, Misaka looked at Inticus angrily. "Then why are you different from them?" Indix asked curiously. "Because Misaka is a superior individual. It's a safety device for all inferior individuals. That's why Misaka's growth method is different from the inferior individuals. That's why she looks so small." Misaka tried her best to explain. Misaka did not seem to care about the dark and gloomy message hidden in her words. She continued her statement as if nothing had happened. Other than knowing that her final work was different from the other Misaka sisters, Inticus didn't really understand what she was talking about. At this moment, a fast food restaurant appeared in front of Ito, Inticus, and the Last Work. Then, the three of them picked up their pace and walked into the fast food restaurant. The three of them casually chose an empty seat by the window and sat down. "What would you like to order?" The moment Ito, Inticus, and the Last Work sat down, a pretty waitress in a red and black uniform walked up to them and asked. Before Ito could say anything, Inticus, who was holding the menu in his hand, could not wait to order. And with her appetite, naturally, he ordered a lot of food that she wanted to eat. In addition to what she ordered just now, give her a bowl of pork ribs with rice, Ito added. "All right." The waiter nodded and returned to the counter to report the dishes they had ordered to the kitchen. "Oh right. Why are you here alone?" Ito asked the Last Work, who was sitting opposite her. The new lab is so boring. Plus, there's no one to talk to. I just found out about the situation outside from the inferior's memory, so I ran out. Misaka explained embarrassedly. Hanako stuck her tongue out at Ito Seiji and whispered, "What are you going to do next? Will you still be in the lab?" Ito asked. "Can you provide me with food and shelter?" Misaka looked at him with a pitiful expression. "I hope you can sympathize with me." The last work looked at Ito with watery eyes. "Don't say what you're thinking. It won't work if you say it out loud," Ito sighed. "Can't I?" Misaka is trying harder to look pitiful to get you to change your mind, the last work said. "Sure, there's still some space in the house for you to live in." Before Ito could say anything, Inticus, who was full of love again, answered as if it was a matter of course. "Really? Misaka is looking at you expectantly. She wants to get a positive answer from you," the last work said. Ito-sei, who already had the intention to bring the final work home, was more than happy to see Inticus agree. A dangerous look immediately appeared on his face as he nodded to confirm. "Yay." The last work cheered happily. In the end, Sui Xiong chatted with Inticus and Ito-sei until the waiter returned with a pile of food. Then, the three of them buried their heads in the food and started eating. "This is the first time I've eaten something hot. Misaka is so happy," the last work said in a muffled voice after putting a mouthful of pork ribs and rice into her mouth. "Eat up. You'll be able to eat something hot every day from now on," Ito said with a smile, as he picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and put them on the last work's plate. "Really?" Misaka asked expectantly. Ito replied with a nod. The last work cheered after receiving a positive answer. She lowered her head and continued to enjoy the piping hot pork ribs and rice. However, just as she finished 2/3 of the rice, the last work suddenly lost consciousness and fainted on her seat due to the unfinished treatment. "Hey, what's wrong?" Inticus hurriedly asked out of concern. Ito Seijin stood up and walked to Inticus's side to give him a final checkup. "It seems that even though I've restricted the growth of his body and used other methods to repair it, the burden on his body is still very great. It seems that I'll have to trouble the underworld soul hunter again." Ito then turned to look at the worried Inticus and comforted him. "It's okay. She might have been starved for too long and fainted because of a lack of nutrition. She'll be fine after some rest." Inticus only relaxed after hearing Ito's comforting words. He then mindlessly threw himself back into the battle of eliminating food. After a while, Inticus rubbed his round belly contentedly and leaned back in his chair with a satisfied look on his face. "Keep an eye on her. I'm going to the washroom," Ito said as he stood up. Inticus didn't say anything. He merely nodded with narrowed eyes and agreed. "Amaya ao, huh? You're pretty patient, but I won't give you the chance to put a virus in the last work's head again." Ito muttered to himself as he left the seat and walked toward the washroom. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at the middle-aged man who had been staring at their table for quite some time. Compared to the original work where the last work was directly thrown into the fast food restaurant by Accelerator, this time, the last work had Inticus by her side. Therefore, even though time was tight, Amaya Ao didn't want to take the risk and didn't enter the fast food restaurant to take the last work away. Instead, he remained in the car, waiting for an opportunity. Just as he was suffering, Ito, who used the excuse of going to the washroom as an excuse, walked out of the fast food restaurant from the back door of the fast food restaurant and went around to the side of his car. He opened the car door with psychokinesis and sat in the passenger seat. Amaya Ao was shocked and panicked. He then knocked Amaya Ao out with a palm strike. Ito then moved his palm down and pressed it on Amaya Ao's chest, leaving a backup plan in Amaya Ao's heart with psychokinesis. He then got out of the car and returned to the fast food restaurant, returning to the table where Inticus and the last work were sitting. "Let's go," Saito said. "Okay." A foodie was a foodie after all. Inticus nodded in agreement after a short while. Saito stepped forward and carried the last work, who was still unconscious, on his back. He then took Inticus back to his dormitory to rest. As for the unlucky Amaya Ao, not long after Saito and Inticus left, he suddenly had an acute myocardial infarction and died in his car with a painful expression. A few hours later, when it was almost dusk, the last work finally woke up from her coma. After that, the last work, who had regained her vitality, found everything new and interesting. Together with Inticus, who had finally found a companion, they started fooling around in the room. Especially after the kitten Sphinx joined in, things got even more out of hand. Fortunately, this was only the first time. Whether it was the final work or Inticus's, both of them felt that it was very refreshing. They had a lot of energy that they wanted to release. Although they would still be fooling around the next day, they definitely wouldn't be as crazy as today. After fooling around for several hours, the sweaty Inticus and the last work finally stopped. They walked into the bathroom of the dormitory together and took a shower together. At this time, Saito, who finally remembered that there were no clothes for the last work in the dormitory, said goodbye to Inticus and left the dormitory. He went to a nearby shopping mall that was still open and bought 3 or 4 sets of clothes for the last work to change into. After buying the clothes, Saito bought some snacks for Inticus and the last work to eat and returned to the dormitory. The two who came out of the shower were very happy to see these things. After playing together for a while, they climbed into bed and fell asleep. Looking at the two who slept without caring about what would happen after, Saito smiled helplessly. He activated his psychokinesis and cleaned up the room. After cleaning up the room, he also took a shower and returned to the bedroom to rest on the floor. The moon set and rose. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, the 31st day of August. This morning, Saito still brought Inticus to the 3rd medical hospital of a certain university. Today, apart from the two of them, the last work also came to the hospital with them. Chapter 855. Author's Note. Thanks to Dreyer, NXCX, Nikfany, and Knight Road AS1 for their tip. After arriving at the hospital, Saito placed Index and the last work that would appear today or in the future in the office assigned to him by the underworld soul hunter. Then, he changed into a doctor's white coat and went to the lower floor to start his shift. However, not long after Saito left the office, Index brought the last work out of the office as well. Following the route that he took when he followed Saito to the special treatment room last time, he arrived at the special treatment room and met the inferior individuals of the last work, the Misaka sisters. With the existence of the last work, the special treatment room could not be left alone. However, Saito and the underworld soul hunter had yet to discover this, so they could do whatever they wanted. Fortunately, they knew that this was an important medical facility that was specifically used to treat the sisters. Therefore, they were careful and did not cause any damage. On the other hand, after receiving a few patients, Saito's phone suddenly rang, interrupting his work. "Hello." Saito held the phone between his face and shoulder as he pressed the stethoscope against the male patient's body. "Saito, can you come to Tokuwadai University now?" Misaka Mikoto's voice was heard from the phone. She sounded shy and muffled. "Is it urgent?" Saito put away the stethoscope and asked with a frown. "It's urgent. It's best if you can come over immediately," Misaka Mikoto said urgently. "All right then. Wait a moment, I'll be there soon," Saito replied. "Remember to be quick," Misaka Mikoto said worriedly. "Okay," Itose responded, then hung up the phone and put away the receiver. "Your body is fine. Go back and rest. Drink more water and you'll be fine." Seito looked at the man in front of him and smiled. Is that so? Thank you, doctor. The male patient was relieved and thanked the doctor. Meili, send the patient out. Also, tell the patient outside to wait for a moment, Seito said to the nurse beside him. Okay, doctor. The young nurse named Meili nodded. Then, he led the patient out of the consultation room. Then, Seito also stood up from his seat. He followed the nurse Meili and the male patient out of the consultation room. He found another doctor who had nothing to do to take his place. After that, Seito returned to his office and prepared to explain the situation to Indicus and Fina. However, when Seito returned to his office, Indix and his final work were nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Seito had no choice but to take out his phone again. She dialed a certain time when she was out on the street. He had taken the time to buy a cell phone for Indicus. Hello, this is Indicus. Indicus, who had only used a cell phone a few times, still sounded a little flustered. Where are you and Fina? Seito asked. In the treatment room you went to last time with the ice beauties, Indicus replied. At the same time, a faint sound of playfulness, especially the laughter of the final work, came from the phone. Is that so? Then you guys can have fun there first. I have to leave for a while and will be back later. If there are any problems, call me or look for the round-faced doctor I saw last time, Seito said. Got it, Indix, who was already used to Seito leaving at the drop of a hat, replied firmly. After that, Seito gave Indix a few more instructions and hung up the phone. He put away his phone, took off his white coat, and left the third hospital of a certain university in casual clothes. He then took an autonomous bus to the campus area where Tokuwadai Girls' School was located. 10 minutes later, Seito successfully arrived at the entrance of Tokuwadai Girls' School. I'm here, where are you? Seito took out his phone and called Misaka Mikoto. Wait, I'll be right there, Misaka Mikoto said hurriedly as if she was relieved and hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Misaka Mikoto, who was wearing the Tokuwadai Girls' School uniform and had a stiff smile on her face, walked out of Tokuwadai Girls' School together with a handsome young man who was wearing off-white trousers, a white shirt, and a khaki-colored long-sleeved V-neck sweater. The exposed collar and cuffs of the shirt were tightly buttoned. He had a gentle and sunny expression, giving people the impression that he came from a good family. Behind the two of them, the windows of the Tokuwadai Girls' School dormitory were mostly open. Many young girls of different appearances poked their heads out of the windows and whispered to Misaka Mikoto and the man who were walking together. So that's how it is. The incident with Hikari. I didn't expect that I would become Shoujo Toma's replacement. I wonder if this fake Hikari's main assassination target was Shoujo Toma, or me, the random intruder who walked together with the sex index. Itose squinted his eyes and looked at Hayuan Mitsuki, who looked like a prince on a white horse. After a short walk, Misaka Mikoto and the fake Haihara Mitsuki finally walked out of Tokuwadai Girls' School. Misaka Mikoto looked around and locked onto Seito, who was standing not far away. She greeted Haihara Mitsuki and ignored the Tokuwadai Girls' School's motto of being a lady at all times. She ran to Seito's side and held onto Seito's arm as if they were lovers. The moment Misaka Mikoto held onto Seito's arm, a loud commotion could be heard from the Tokuwadai Girls' dormitory. Don't say anything. I'll arrange everything. Follow me. Misaka Mikoto put on a happy expression and gritted her teeth. She then dragged Seito away from Tokuwadai Girls' School. I say, what are you trying to do? Seito asked Misaka Mikoto, who was sitting next to him. He was on a tram heading towards the center of Sector 7 with Misaka Mikoto. Ha ha, Misaka Mikoto laughed awkwardly. Then she asked with embarrassment and shyness, please put on a show with me today. Pretend to be my boyfriend and deceive the boy you saw just now. Tell him not to pester me anymore. As a reward, I can treat you to a meal. I didn't expect it to be such a vulgar act. Really? Seito shook his head speechlessly. He didn't wait for Misaka Mikoto to be angered by his words and asked, "But then again, Tokawadai Girls' School is an all-girls school, right? Shouldn't unrelated males be banned from entering? Why did he walk out with you?" "That's right, under normal circumstances. But that guy is the grandson of the chairman of Tokawadai Girls' School. So that rule doesn't apply to him," Misaka Mikoto explained helplessly. "So he's a rich third generation." Seito nodded in realization. Both of them couldn't find a topic to talk about and fell silent. After a while, Misaka Mikoto finally broke the silence. She asked softly, "My sisters, how are they doing now?" "After this period of adjustment, I've made a lot of adjustments. The first stage of adjustment is about to end. It basically saved the sisters' lives and allowed them to live a healthy life for the time being. As for the second and third stage of extending their lives, it will take a long time. However, it will take a long time to slowly adjust." Itosei turned his head to look at the slowly receding street seen outside the car window, and stated slowly. "However, according to the Underworld Soul Hunter, the upper echelons of Academy City believe that it's a problem to have so many sisters living in Academy City, so they've decided to transfer most of the sisters to their respective organizations for follow-up adjustments, leaving only 10 sisters in Academy City for follow-up adjustments." Itsunari then changed the topic and continued to explain. "Is that so?" Misaka Mikoto murmured. "Do you want to go see them later?" Seito turned his head to look at Misaka Mikoto and asked softly. "Yeah." Misaka Mikoto replied softly. The two of them fell into silence again. 10 minutes later, Seito and Misaka Mikoto got off the tram and started strolling on the street like a couple. However, as time went by, Misaka Mikoto seemed to have forgotten about her acting. She was completely engrossed in her own interests. When she remembered that Itosei was still beside her, she awkwardly explained and hurried off to the next location. "Hey, I'm going to buy some fruit juice. What flavor do you want?" Misaka Mikoto stopped by a bench and asked Itosei, probably because she was tired. "As long as it's not coffee or any other special flavor, just a simple juice is fine." Seito lowered his body and sat on the bench. "Got it," Misaka Mikoto replied and ran away from Seito. She went to a nearby convenience store to buy some juice. Today was the 31st of August, the last day of summer break. There were too many students rushing out to have fun before school started. So, there was a long line in front of Misaka Mikoto at the convenience store. Just as Misaka Mikoto left, a dog with a leash around its neck ran past Seito. Then, a 5- or 6-year-old boy and Hayuan Mitsuki, whom Seito had met before, appeared in front of him. They were both chasing after the dog. Just as Hayuan Mitsuki ran past them, his gaze coincidentally fell on Seito. He stopped running and walked towards Seito. "Nice to meet you. How should I address you?" Hayuan Mitsuki, who looked like a weak young man, asked Itosei with a smile. "Seito," Seito replied. "My name is Hayuan Mitsuki," Hayuan Mitsuki said. "I know," Seito asked. "Why are you looking for me?" Are you Miss Misaka's friend?" Hayuan Mitsuki asked boldly. "Do you care?" Seito looked at Hayuan Mitsuki with interest. "Yes, it's a matter of course for the men around the person I like," Hihara Mitsuki said straightforwardly, and then sat down next to Itosei. "What answer do you want to hear? The expected answer? Or the unexpected answer?" Seito glanced at Hayuan Mitsuki and asked. "No matter what the answer is, I won't change my mind," Hayuan Mitsuki said without hesitation. "You're quite the infatuated person," Seito said calmly and paused for a while before continuing, "but it's useless for you to tell me this. The key is to make Mikoto like you." "Alright, Mikoto is coming back. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye." Ito got up from his seat and greeted Misaka Mikoto, who had just returned with a cold drink under Hayuan Mitsuki's gaze. Why is that guy here? Misaka Mikoto quickly ran back to Ito's side and looked at Hayuan Mitsuki, who was sitting not far away. It's just a coincidence. Ito took the cold drink from Misaka Mikoto and said, "But that guy is really infatuated. He told me that no matter what the result is, he won't change his mind. So, do you want to reconsider?" At the end of his sentence, Ito Mori looked at Misaka Mikoto beside him. What nonsense are you talking about?" Misaka Mikoto's face turned red as she panicked and shouted. After that, the two of them returned to their previous state and strolled on the street. They didn't stop until noon. "I'll queue up. You can find a place to stay. I'll decide what to eat. You don't have any objections, right?" Misaka Mikoto said as she looked at the crowded food delivery stand. "Let's queue up together," Ito said as he was also looking at the food delivery stand. "It's fine. I'm the one who dragged you here today. I should at least serve you," Misaka Mikoto said as she ran to the food delivery stand and squeezed into the crowd. Ito did not say anything. He turned around and walked to a green area covered by a large tree. He lowered his body and sat on the low metal fence to prevent pedestrians from stepping on it. Not long after Ito sat down, Hayuan Mitsuki's figure appeared in front of him again. "Looks like I've been targeted," Ito said as he raised his eyebrows. Before Hayuan Mitsuki could say anything, Ito took the lead and said in surprise, "You're Hayuan Mitsuki?" Hayuan Mitsuki was stunned by Ito's reaction. He replied instinctively, "Yes. Since you're here, who's the person I saw just now?" Ito pretended to be puzzled as he turned around. He then looked at Hayuan Mitsuki and asked, "Are you sure you don't have a twin brother?" "No, I'm the only child in my family," Hayuan Mitsuki shook his head and answered. He then looked at Ito doubtfully and asked, "May I ask, does that person really look like me? How is that similar? They're exactly the same. Even the clothes they're wearing are exactly the same." Ito replied seriously. To be continued. Chapter 856. Did he enter that shop? Hayuan Mitsuki turned to look at the crowded takeout stall and said, "Yes." Ito lied through his teeth. Of course, it wasn't a complete lie. Based on the power of the world's correction ability, it was very likely that Yuara Hiroshi would rush into the shop and inform Misaka Mikoto about the attack on him, reminding her to be careful. "That person who looks like me walked into the shop, and Misaka Mikoto is also in the shop, isn't she? This makes me very uneasy," Haihara Mitsuki said with a worried expression as he looked back and forth between Ito and the takeout stall. Some of the espers in this city have the ability to change their appearance. As the name suggests, they can change their face and body into someone else's. However, it's said that it's impossible to change one's genetic level. So, for Misaka Mikoto's safety, can you go to the shop and check it out? Hayuan Mitsuki's gaze fell on Ito, and he pleaded with a worried expression. "All right, Mikoto is still a famous name in Academy City. Perhaps there really is someone with ulterior motives who pretended to be you to get close to her," Ito said with a frown as he stood up from the green belt's iron fence. He quickly walked past Haihara Mitsuki and headed towards Misaka Mikoto's food delivery stall. However, just as Ito took 2 steps, Haihara Mitsuki's voice came from behind him. He said with a strange tone, "Seriously, it's not easy to deceive someone without exposing yourself." Then, a sense of danger spread from his back to Ito-sei's heart. Sensing the danger, Ito-sei's upper body immediately leaned forward and dodged the stab of the obsidian dagger in Hikari's hand. The surface of the dagger was crisscrossed with crisscrossing lines. It looked like a simple polished dagger, but it had not been processed at all. It still maintained the original messy edges and corners of the stone. At the same time, He lifted his left foot and kicked at the vital point between the fake Haihara Hiroshi's legs with his heel. Although the fake Haihara Hikari was a magician, he also had some physical skills, so he jumped back the moment Sei Ito kicked. He dodged the attack that could have turned him into a eunuch. Then, he flicked his wrist. A bright white light shot out from the obsidian dagger in Hikari Hikari's hand, and shot towards Sei Ito. The spear of Torowiska Bantik Utori, huh? Sei Ito thought to himself as he activated his telekinesis to move his body away from the spot. Then Sei Ito stomped on the ground as if he was stepping on an invisible ground. His body fiercely rushed towards Hikari. Seeing this, Hayuan Mitsuki rolled away. He immediately rolled away from Sei Ito. Then, it continued to reflect the light of Venus onto Sei Ito. At this time, Sei Ito, who was in midair, suddenly turned around in a way that defied the laws of physics. While continuing to rush towards the fake Haihara Hikari, he reached out to Hikari Hikari and used his telekinesis to imprison his body. In the absolutely pitiful world, it was as high as LV7. In the magic forbidden world, it was as high as LV5. Hikari Hikari's body seemed to be in a small and sealed invisible prison. He could not move his body except for his eyes. Bang! The next moment, Sei Ito, who rushed in front of the fake Haihara Hikari, punched the fake Haihara Hikari's abdomen heavily. Under the huge force of the punch, the fake Haihara Hikari's eyes widened and he spat out a mouthful of saliva. Then, Sei Ito, who realized that the fight between the two had attracted the attention of passers-by, snatched the fake Haihara Hikari's Torowiska Bantik Utori spear replica. It was a black dagger made of obsidian. Sei Ito then used his telekinesis to imprison the fake Haihara Hikari's body, while using his telekinesis to drag him away from the sidewalk and into an alley not far away. They gradually went deeper into the alley where there was no one. Bang! After reaching a place where there was no one, Sei Ito used his telekinesis to push the fake Haihara Hikari against the wall. The powerful telekinesis pressure directly pressed the fake Haihara Hikari against the solid cement wall, creating a circular depression with a diameter of about 180 centimeters. This thing should be a magic item, right? Sei Ito, who was playing with the obsidian dagger, looked at Haihara Hikari and said. Then, without waiting for Haihara Hikari to reply, he continued to question him. Speak, why did you, a magician, disguise yourself as Haihara Hikari to get close to Misaka Mikoto? She doesn't seem to have anything to do with magic, right? After he finished speaking, Sei Ito used his telekinesis to lessen the pressure on Haihara Hikari's head so that he could answer. Humph, I didn't expect this to be the first question you would ask in this situation. The fake Haihara Hikari, who could now speak, looked at Sei Ito mockingly. It seems like you don't understand how dangerous your actions are. Not only did you take possession of the 103,000 grimoires, but you also took over Tokuwadai's level 5 Esper, as well as the British Puritan magician and other talents to your side through Kamijutoma. The world of magic and the world of science are two different worlds that can't be reconciled, but you're familiar with the structure of both worlds. You can almost be considered as a group. The group I belong to is very afraid that a new force like you will destroy the balance of power in the world. Then, the fake Haihara Hikari said in a self-deprecating tone. That's why I was sent here. However, my initial mission wasn't to disguise myself or kill anyone. I've only been here for less than a month, and it was only a week ago that I transformed into myself. My initial mission was just to monitor. As long as I'm sure you won't affect the balance of power, I'll report it to the higher-ups and the mission will be over. But you're too dangerous. Just based on the information I received, you've already destroyed a few during the summer break. Not only that, you can't be bought, controlled, or negotiated with money or pressure. Your actions are completely based on your own emotions and decisions. With such a huge and unstable force, The people of the organization won't just sit by and watch. The fake Haihara Hikari glared at Seito and continued to speak. Now, my target is no longer an individual, but all the members of the organization. Even if I kill you, I won't be able to destroy the balance of power. After saying that, the fake Haihara Hikari stopped speaking as if he had finished venting his anger, and stood there panting heavily. Looks like I can't keep you alive. Seito sighed softly. Seito wasn't a good person like Takuma Kamiju, who fantasized about a perfect ending without sacrificing anyone. Naturally, he didn't have Takuma Kamiju's power and charisma to influence the fake Haihara Hikari and make him betray the Academy City Black Ops to silently protect the world that Misaka Mikoto lived in. Therefore, Seito's current plan was to kill this fake Haihara Hikari. Of course, if the situation changed, Seito didn't mind sparing the fake Haihara Hikari's life. But before I kill you, I have a question for you. Seito raised his head again and looked at the fake Haihara Hikari, who was bound to the wall by his psychokinesis. If I let you go, are you willing to betray your original organization and stay in Academy City to protect Mikoto's world? What do you mean? The fake Haihara Hikari, who was prepared to die, was stunned and asked subconsciously. To me, it doesn't matter whether I kill you or not. Although killing you might deter the people behind you and make them stop, it might also lead to revenge. However, it might also provoke the person behind you to take revenge and send a new assassin to deal with us. I don't care about that, but Misaka Mikoto is a little troublesome. Therefore, I'm going to see if you're willing to accept the mission of secretly protecting Misaka Mikoto. Seito said calmly. Why? Aren't you afraid that I'll find another opportunity to attack you after you let me go? Haihara Hikari frowned and asked in confusion. Let me ask you, do you really like Misaka Mikoto? Seito didn't answer the fake Haihara Hikari's question and changed the topic. Yes. The fake Haihara Hikari answered without hesitation. That's why I believe that you won't attack me again in order to protect Misaka Mikoto's world. Of course, if you betray me, I don't mind defeating you again and burning your bones to ashes. But at that time, Mikoto's world will no longer be the same as it is now, Seito said while twirling the obsidian dagger in his hand. Hearing this, the fake Hayuan Hiroshi couldn't help but fall silent. Seito didn't rush him and continued twirling the obsidian dagger in his hand. I understand. After a short while, the fake Haihara Hikari said in a deep voice. Seito didn't hesitate to withdraw his psychokinesis from the fake Haihara Hikari and restored his body. But at the same time, you must protect Misaka Mikoto's world. The fake Haihara Hikari said to Seito after straightening his body. Of course. Seito nodded. He tossed the obsidian dagger back to the fake Haihara Hikari and walked out of the alley towards Misaka Mikoto's original location. Coincidentally, Ito-sei, who had not walked far, bumped into Misaka Mikoto, who had somehow managed to find this place. Are you kidding me? Misaka Mikoto asked when she saw Seito. Chapter 857. I'm fine, Seito replied with a smile. Oh yeah, where's that guy? Misaka Mikoto peeked over Seito's shoulder and asked. Who? Seito pretended to be confused and asked. Hayuan Mitsuki, where's he? Misaka Mikoto retracted her gaze and looked at Seito. He's already gone back, and he seemed pretty disappointed. I don't think he'll bother you anymore, Seito replied. Is that so? Misaka Mikoto let out a sigh of relief. Are we still going to keep up the pretense? Seito asked Misaka Mikoto with a smile on his face. Since we've already chased him away, there's no need to continue. Misaka Mikoto's face blushed as she shook her head in hesitation and disappointment. However, Misaka Mikoto was still Misaka Mikoto. She quickly regained her composure and walked out of the alleyway. Alright, as a reward for helping me solve this problem, I'll treat you to a good meal. As Misaka Mikoto walked away, Ito-sei turned to look at the corner of the alley and followed her with a smile on his face. Not long after Sei Ito left, the fake Hayuan Mitsuki walked out of the alleyway with an obsidian dagger in his hand. He stared at Sei Ito and Misaka Mikoto's disappearing silhouette. On the other hand, Misaka Mikoto and Ito-sei walked out of the alley and had lunch together at a nearby fast food restaurant. After that, Misaka Mikoto and Ito-sei parted ways with Misaka Mikoto. Then, Misaka Mikoto and Ito-sei returned to his office in the third medical hospital of a certain university. After putting away the takeout, Ito-sei changed into his white coat and returned to the consultation room downstairs to continue his work as a doctor. Time passed quickly and it was already the 31st of August at 4 in the afternoon. At the same time, on a deserted street, a tall man dressed in a neat black suit walked forward silently even in the hot weather of late August and early September. The man was muscular and his muscles were obvious even through his shirt. Not a single drop of sweat could be seen on his body despite the hot weather. In addition, he was wearing a full black suit, had a solemn face, and a tall figure that was rare among Asians. All of this showed that this man was not an ordinary person. At least from his appearance, he had the aura of a member of the underworld or someone in a dangerous job. If Ito-sei were here at this moment, he would immediately understand that the people who came to cause trouble for him because of Inticus had appeared again. Because this man was the Eastern magician who came to Academy City on the last day of summer vacation because of a woman who was cursed by the Forbidden Path. He came to Academy City to steal the Forbidden Book catalog and find a way to break the curse. Yes, it's still far away. Indicus muttered to himself as he walked in a certain direction without any hesitation. Speaking of which, in order to enter this heavily guarded Academy City, Bayan had already fought with the guards at the entrance and exit. Otherwise, with his identity as an outsider, without the Great Tyrant Star Festival, and without a special research application, he would definitely not be able to enter this Academy City that was dominated by students and espers. But from the looks of Indicus, there wasn't a single trace of battle on him. The guards at the gate had definitely suffered a crushing attack, but they didn't know if an enchanter had killed them during the battle and caused casualties to the guards. At the same time, in the third medical hospital of a certain university, Sei Ito, who had just finished a day's work, found Indicus and the last work, who were playing like crazy. He then brought them to the underworld soul hunter, who was also taking a break from work, and had him examine the last work's body. However, the underworld soul hunter's medical skills, who had the experience of examining the Misaka sisters, quickly finished examining the last work's body. "How is it, doctor?" Sei Ito quickly asked. "It's much better than the other kids. Other than some malnutrition and some hidden injuries from the growth catalysis, there's basically nothing wrong with her. As for the coma you mentioned, it's just the body's natural self-defense mechanism." The underworld soul hunter leaned back on the chair and said, "But to prevent any other problems from arising from this, I suggest that she stay in the hospital for a few days and receive the most basic treatment." The underworld soul hunter continued, "Okay, doctor." For the sake of the last work's health, Sei Ito nodded in agreement. Then he walked to the last work, who had just sat up from the examination machine, squatted down, looked at her, and said, "You heard what the doctor said just now. So for the sake of your health, I want you to stay in the hospital for a few days. Is that okay?" "Okay." Misaka tried her best to suppress the sadness in her heart and pretended to be happy. Last work looked at Sei Ito with a happy expression. "I'm only staying here for a few days. Besides, I'll be working here during the day. You can come to the office to play with me or Inticus at any time. Speaking of which, it's just a few hours of separation every day." Sei Ito reached out and gently patted Last Work's head, comforting her softly. "Yes, Misaka. Misaka's heart is no longer as gloomy as before. Final Works nodded as he spoke. Remember to be good when you're in the hospital at night. Don't run around. I don't want to receive a call from the doctor telling me that you're lost when I go to bed at night. Seito smiled as he retracted his hand. I'll be honest and keep it in the hospital. Misaka's answer was not what she meant. It's better if you don't say something that's obviously a lie. Seito complained helplessly. Then, he stood up and looked at Underworld Soul Chaser. I'll leave last work in your care, Doctor. I'll take good care of her. Underworld Soul Chaser smiled and promised. Seito smiled and nodded. Then, he brought Inticus, who had said goodbye to last work, out of the 3rd Medical Hospital. They walked back to their dormitory. On their way back, Seito noticed that it was already 5 in the afternoon. Since he did not feel like cooking, he brought Inticus to a fast food restaurant and ordered some food. Halfway through their meal, Seito suddenly felt a very special gaze on him. Generally speaking, there were 2 types of gazes. The first type was a gaze that only passed by and did not stay on Seito. This kind of thing would not give Seito any strange feelings. The second type was a gaze that was similar to attention. This type of gaze could be divided into 2 types. The first type was an ordinary gaze of observation. The second type was a gaze that locked onto an enemy with a hidden meaning. However, no matter which type it would trigger an instinctive reaction from Seito's innate spiritual sense. And now, the gaze that fell on him was the second type of gaze that would trigger a reaction from him. Sensing the existence of this gaze, Seito looked in the direction of the gaze. Then, Seito's tall figure came into view. However, the moment Seito's gaze fell on Seito suddenly raised his right arm. At the same time, the weapon on his right forearm shook violently. In an instant, the huge transparent glass of the fast food restaurant was shattered into pieces by an invisible force. The force continued to shoot towards the table where Seito and Index were sitting. Seeing this, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately activated a telekinetic shield, protecting himself, Index, the table between them, and the food on it. Bang 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 bang. The moment the telekinetic shield was activated, the formless energy continued to strike it. The telekinetic shield trembled slightly, and there were muffled sounds. Using the invisible wind that rotates at high speed? Seito frowned as he thought to himself inside the shield. Although this result is rather surprising, it's also a good thing that it can reduce the number of meaningless killings. Surrender to me quickly. As long as you surrender, I won't hurt you. Once I get what I want, I'll leave as soon as possible, Seito said when he saw that his attack was blocked. Be careful, Index. I'll go take care of this guy. Seito looked at Seito cautiously as he spoke to Index, who was not in the mood to eat due to the magician's attack. I understand. Be careful, Ah Cheng, Index said with a serious expression. Also, the spiritual equipment he's using is the Catalpa bow. I think the technique he's using should be the sacrificial magic of the Eastern Shinto. Understood, Seito replied without even turning his head. As expected of the Forbidden Book catalog, you can roughly guess the origin of the technique I'm using with just a few glances, Seito said with his eyes slightly narrowed. From the outside, he looked like a blind man with his eyes closed. String of demon subduing. Seito raised his right arm again and pointed the front of the catalpa bow at Seito's body as he spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, what appeared to be a single attack, but actually contained several invisible wind blades, struck Seito's telekinetic barrier, causing it to tremble. Open! Itose, who was attacked by the invisible wind blades, suddenly roared. The telekinetic shield that enveloped him and Inticus immediately exploded, forming a gust of wind that blew away the attack by an enchanting demon. Without waiting for the wind to disperse, Seito abruptly kicked off the ground and rushed to Seito's front like a black shadow. Seito's expression did not change at all when he saw this. The catalpa bow in his hand trembled, and his body dodged Seito's path like a gust of wind. He then turned into an invisible person and ran to Indix's side, taking him hostage. Chapter 858. P.S. Thank you to Dryer and Instant Potato for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX, Nitrode as 1, Nickfanny, and 157747860 for their tips. Under the control of the demon, Indix's body immediately became transparent. Almost instantly, he disappeared from the sight of Ito-sei, who turned around to look at him. Ito Chukenzo narrowed his eyes and used the momentum of the body that had not yet completely completed the rotation of the body. He kicked the upper end of his leg according to his memory of the position of the head of the demon. Bang! In an instant, a muffled sound rang out. The invisible Bayan demon immediately took 2 steps back, knocking down the table behind him and the food placed on it. The food fell to the ground and made a series of pili-pala sounds. "Come out!" Seito yelled as he felt the solid sensation coming from his calf. He continued to press his leg down. After a moment of shock, Feng Wumo finally reacted. He tightened his muscles and used his left arm that blocked Seito's kick to resist. "Indix, bite him!" Seito, who did not expect Feng Wumo's body to contain such power, shouted. Hearing Seito's words, Indix almost instinctively opened his mouth and bit down hard on Feng Wumo's arm that was strangling him. His teeth, which were almost as sharp as real weapons, instantly bit through the fabric of his suit and shirt and sank into Feng Wumo's slightly bulging forearm muscles. Feng Wumo was also a tough guy. Although he felt the pain coming from his arm, he only frowned and continued to hold Indix's body tightly, refusing to let him go. At this time, Seito saw the air in front of him vibrate. The leg that was kicking Feng Wumo's arm immediately fell forward at high speed until it finally landed heavily on the seat of the fast food restaurant. The kick left a huge dent on the seat. Did he dodge? Seito, who had his hearing amplified, frowned as he carefully listened to Feng Wumo's footstep. However, Itosei didn't know if it was because he didn't move when he met the magic, or because his magic was too advanced, but Itosei didn't hear a single sound. "Get down!" Seito saw this and shouted at the customers and waiters who were hiding in the fast food restaurant. At the same time, he activated his psychokinesis to wrap around the broken pieces of plates around him. He controlled them to fly quickly in the air at the same height as Feng Wumo's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A soft whistling sound immediately rang out in the fast food restaurant. "There's nothing." Seito frowned as he scanned through the entire fast food restaurant. Seito immediately crushed the broken pieces of plates into powder and then turned and rushed out of the fast food restaurant before the waiters could react. He searched around aimlessly while fleeing the scene to avoid the subsequent compensation matters. Fortunately, I have the GPS code of Indix's phone. I don't have to run around like Kamijudama in the original work. After leaving the fast food restaurant, Seito slowed down his footsteps, took out his phone, turned on the GPS system, and searched for Indix's location. Got it. Should I say, as expected of the world's correcting power, it's still at the top of that building. Seito put away his phone after memorizing the GPS location. He turned to look at the tall building that could be considered a landmark nearby and muttered to himself. Then, he strode forward. He quickly ran toward the tall building. At the same time, on the other side, Itsunari was rushing to the rooftop of a high-rise building. He had brought Inticus here with his wind elemental magic. He looked up at the night sky and smacked his lips in an inexplicable manner. Because according to what he knew, the entire Academy City's surroundings were being monitored by artificial satellite. However, from the time he barged into the fast food restaurant and kidnapped Index to this place, not only was he not stopped, there was not even the slightest sound. Unless Academy City was not planning to make trouble for him for the time being. Otherwise, he would not be so incompetent. But even if there was a trap, Feng Wuemo did not care. Since he dared to do such a thing, he was prepared to face everything. Otherwise, it would only affect his mind and bring danger to himself. Feng Wuemo then withdrew his gaze and took out a woman's photo from the inner pocket of his suit jacket. He opened his pure black eyes that had almost no impurities and looked down at the photo in his hand. The woman in the photo looked 1 or 2 years older than Feng Wuemo. She had a thin figure and fair skin. He was wearing a hospital gown and looked weak, as if he would faint if he was exposed to the sun for too long. And this woman was the reason why Feng Wuemo disregarded his own safety and barged into Academy City to kidnap the Forbidden Book catalog. He wanted to obtain one of the 103,000 books of demonic arts to save her. She was a woman who had nothing to do with him, but who made Feng Wuemo fall in love with her at first sight like a drama and was cursed by a vicious curse. Humph! Through the photo, Feng Wuemo could not help but recall the details of his meeting with that woman. For some reason, he snorted coldly and put the photo back into his jacket pocket. How surprising to be able to untie 2 knots in such a short time. Although rope binding is not my specialty, it won't be easy for low-level demons to escape from my ropes. Feng Wuemo closed his eyes again and turned to face Index, who was supposed to be lying on the ground but had now sat up. Currently, Index's body was tied up with a hemp rope in a special knot pattern. Or rather, it was called a binding rope. It looked like a tortoiseshell rope in erotic movies. The so-called binding rope was a thick hemp rope that was usually used in shrines to tie up sacred trees and form boundary lines to define a certain range. In other words, the tortoiseshell rope on Index's body was not a product of Feng Wuemo's bad taste. It was a special binding method with magical effects, a kind of small boundary. Although ropes are a Japanese torture culture, such a messy binding method won't be able to force me to say anything. Index's face showed no signs of panic due to the dangerous situation he was in. He still acted as if nothing had happened. Of course, he was just saying. When things reached this point, Index might not be able to maintain his rationality and not say anything. I see. As expected of an English Puritan who specializes in witch hunting and torture. You'd rather turn into ashes than submit? Feng Wuemo sighed softly as he looked at Index. Rather turn into ashes. What a terrible hinting method, Index said disdainfully. No, that's not what I meant. In fact, I don't plan to torture you, Feng Wuemo said. If you don't want to torture me, why are you tying me up so tightly? This binding method is already pressing down on the arteries of my limbs and lungs. If you don't plan to kill me, you can just tie my thumbs lightly. That way, I won't be able to move, Index said. I see. As expected of an expert, Feng Wuemo said casually. Then, she untied the ropes in accordance with Index's previous instructions to prevent Index from suffering any more pain. However, Inticus couldn't help but be taken aback by this action. After all, Feng Wuemo was still his enemy. Why was he so easy to talk to? As I said, my goal isn't to torture you. However, I do want to take away the grimoire in your head, Feng Wuemo said casually. Index glared at Feng Wuemo. Although she did not have any memories from a year ago, as someone who had been protecting the 103,000 grimoires in her head since she could remember, it was her duty to protect the 103,000 grimoires in her head. This was her duty, her instinct, and one of the reasons for living. All right, it'll take some time to prepare. First, I need to set up an amplification boundary. Feng Wuemo did not care about Index's glare at all. He calmly took out a yellow talisman paper with strange runes drawn on it in black and red ink. Then, he ignored Index, except for paying attention to her every now and then to see if she was trying to escape. Then, he focused on setting up the amplification boundary he wanted at the top of the building under his feet. However, just as he finished setting up a third of the boundary without making a sound, a loud bang rang out. Then, a black shadow charged at Feng Wumo, who had turned around to look in the direction of the sound. Mana severing cord. Feng Wumo did not hesitate. He immediately raised his arm and aimed at the charging black shadow, launching his magic attack. In an instant, a wide, invisible blade shot towards the black shadow's body. Seeing this, the black shadow's body suddenly stopped in a way that defied the laws of physics, revealing its original appearance. Ah Cheng! Index yelled happily. However, he was not in the mood to pay attention to Index's call. With a thought, his body immediately flew up under the cover of psychokinesis, dodging the invisible blade that swept down from above. Then, Seito's body trembled. He suddenly appeared in front of Feng Wumo, as if he had teleported, and punched at his abdomen. As a wind elemental magician, Feng Wumo's reaction was not slow. He had already sensed Seito's arrival from the changes in the air around him. He wrapped himself in a whirlwind as Seito punched, dodging the attack. At the same time, he raised his right arm and aimed the bow at Seito's head. The bowstring vibrated. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, another invisible cutting blade shot over the head of Itose, who quickly ducked to avoid the attack. Then, Seito, who was crouching on the ground, raised his left arm and instantly grabbed Feng Wumo's right arm, pushing him behind himself. At the same time, he stood up straight and punched Feng Wumo's face again. Bang! Feng Wumo's body uncontrollably tilted to the side after receiving the psychokinesis punch. However, his right arm was still in Seito's grasp, so he could not completely escape from Seito. He could only be thrown to the ground by Seito, who followed up with another attack. Feng Wumo's right hand grabbed Feng Wumo's throat. Guys who use the power of wind are really hard to deal with. Seito chuckled as he looked down at Feng Wumo, who had blood on the corner of his mouth. Ah Cheng, ah Cheng, ah Cheng. Seeing that Feng Wumo was defeated, Inticus cheered as he got up and moved closer to Seito. However, just as Seito turned to look at Inticus, Feng Wumo, who was already on the ground, moved his right arm slightly. Another invisible blade shot out from the bow and hit the lightning rod at the top of the building, cutting it in half. Affected by the invisible blade, the lightning rod tilted and fell towards Seito's body. You're really persistent. Seito glanced at Feng Wumo on the ground. He didn't even turn his head as he used his psychokinesis to imprison the broken lightning rod in the air. Is this wrong? Seeing that his attack had missed, Feng Wumo muttered, "Is it wrong to protect someone even if it means risking my life? It might be right for you, but for me, everything you're doing now is wrong," Seito said calmly as he placed the lightning rod on the ground. Then, he looked at Feng Wumo and asked, "Tell me, why did you kidnap Inticus?" Feng Wumo was an inarticulate person. Moreover, he didn't really understand why he was here, so he could only answer Seito's question with silence. "You're not going to tell me? That's a pity. I originally wanted to let you go on account that you didn't hurt Inticus. As long as you tell me why you did this, I'll let you go. Since that's the case, I can only hand you over to someone else," Seito said with a slightly regretful expression as he shook his head. After saying that, he quickly waved his right hand and dislocated the joints on by Endemon's left and right arms and legs, temporarily sealing his ability to move. Then, Seito let go of Feng Wumo, turned around, and walked to Inticus's side. He used his psychokinesis to forcibly break the magic binding rope on Inticus. Then, he took out his phone from his pocket and dialed Kamiju Toma's number. "Ah Cheng?" Kamiju Toma's slightly confused voice came from the phone. "Toma, I just caught a magician here. Come over and take care of him, Seito said directly. Huh? I'll take care of him? Kamijutoma said in disbelief. Of course it's you. You're the one who has the most contact with the British Puritans. If I don't let you take care of him, am I supposed to be the one who hasn't seen them much other than that one time? Seito curled his lip. Okay then. Where are you? Kamijutoma sighed helplessly. The rooftop of XXX Hotel. Come over quickly, Seito replied. Got it, Kamijutoma replied and then hung up the phone. Wait here for a while. We'll go back after Feng Wumo takes Mahjong away. After hanging up the phone, Seito turned to look at Inticus, who was still studying the barrier that Feng Wumo had not finished setting up. Okay, Inticus replied without turning his head. Chapter 859. More than 10 minutes later, Tsuchimikado Motoharu appeared in front of Ito Sei and Inticus. Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who was wearing a set of home clothes, a set of green beach clothes with a white maple pattern on the surface, yellow shorts, and a thick golden sign on his neck and wrists like a nouveau riche, wearing frameless sunglasses even in this kind of night. Tsuchimikado-san? Seito looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who had his hands in his pockets, and said to Tsuchimikado Motoharu, Well. Tsuchimikado Motoharu scratched the back of his head with his right hand, as if he didn't know how to explain. It's simple, I'm also a magician, meow. Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who walked straight to Tsuchimikado Motoharu, turned his head to Seito and smiled. I came here because I was asked by a Shang to take this guy. At the end, Tsuchimikado Motoharu kicked Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who couldn't move to explain who the guy he was referring to was. How cruel, he actually dislocated the joints of his shoulders, elbows, and knees. If this isn't done properly, he will be crippled, meow. Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who once again looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, said meaningfully. Seito just shrugged and ignored Tsuchimikado Motoharu's word. Okay, I'll take this guy, I'll send him to where he should go. Tsuchimikado Motoharu leaned over and put Tsuchimikado Motoharu on his shoulder. After he finished speaking, he ignored Seito and Index, as well as Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and walked toward the tunnel that connected the rooftop to the hotel with Tsuchimikado Motoharu. However, just as Tsukimike's Motoharu was about to enter the passage, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Itosei, as if he just remembered something, and said, By the way, if you encounter this kind of situation next time, if this happens again, you can contact me directly. Seito nodded, indicating that he understood Tsuchimikado Motoharu's meaning. Seeing this, Tsuchimikado Motoharu turned around again and disappeared into the tunnel with Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Let's go. Seito said as he watched Tsuchimikado Motoharu disappear. Then, he led Inticus and Kamiju into the passage and walked towards the bottom floor of the hotel. I didn't expect Tsuchimikado to be a magician, Seito said with a sigh. When I first found out, I was also shocked. But after getting used to it, I don't care too much about it. Kamijutoma said with a sympathetic expression. Seito chuckled. But that's good too. We won't have to worry about magician in the future. We can ask him for information and help us deal with the aftermath. I didn't think that much. As long as there are no more magicians intruding into my life, I will be thankful. Kamijutoma said with a depressed expression. I'm afraid your wish won't come true, Seito said softly as he looked at Inticus, who was walking in front of him with a happy expression. Kamijutoma, who followed Seito's gaze and also looked at Inticus, couldn't help but fall silent. But then again, it's time for you to exercise. Especially find a good gym to learn self-defense. After all, you might encounter a magician again in the future. With your half-baked fighting skills, it's really worrying. Seito turned his head slightly and glanced at Kamijutoma beside him. That's a good suggestion, but my living expenses, sighed Kamijutoma sighed. What? Your card was swallowed again? Seito looked at Kamijutoma with amusement. It's the 4th time this month. Kamijutoma sighed. Good luck, poor Toma-kun. Seito patted Kamijutoma's shoulder sympathetically. Just like that. Seito chatted casually with Kamijutoma, and then returned to the dormitory building with Inticus. They said goodbye to each other and returned to the dormitory to wash up and rest. The next day, September 1st, was the day all the schools in Academy City, and even all the schools in Japan started school. Therefore, on this morning, Seito got up from the ground early. Hey, Ah-cheng! Looking at Seito, Inticus opened his mouth and called out. Seito responded with some confusion. Are you going to school today? Inticus asked. Wapft. Seito spat out the dirty water in his mouth and turned to look at Inticus with a smile. Yes, once the new semester starts, you'll be alone at home. Ah-cheng, I'm not afraid of being lonely. Inticus pretended to be calm as he explained. That's true. The final treatment will be over in 2 days. By then, you won't be alone at home, so you won't feel lonely. Seito pretended to be serious as he went along with Inticus's words. Ah-cheng! Inticus shouted angrily as he glared at Seito. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'll take you to school later. Seito wiped the water off his face with a towel, put the towel back in its original place, and walked back into the room to speak to Inticus. Really? Inticus, who was holding the kitten Sphinx, straightened her upper body and asked with bright eyes. Meow. Due to her excitement, Inticus didn't notice the strength in her arms, which made the kitten in her arms feel a little uncomfortable. The kitten couldn't help but meow softly. Although I can take you to school, I have classes in the morning and can't play with you there. So, other than seeing me after class, it's no different from being at home. Is that okay? Seito looked at Inticus and said softly. Yes, it's okay. Inticus nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Seito didn't say anything else. He went into the kitchen and took out the breakfast he had prepared, and enjoyed it with Inticus. Then, when it was past 8 o'clock, he took Inticus out of the dormitory and walked slowly toward a certain high school. Today was the first day of school, so there were many students on the way to school. Inticus was wearing a white nun's robe that was obviously not a student's uniform, which made her very eye-catching among the students. From time to time, there would be inquisitive and curious gazes falling on her. However, as the person in question, Inticus didn't care at all. She looked around happily, humming a tune that probably only Inticus could understand as she walked forward with Seito. After walking slowly like this for more than 10 minutes, Seito and Inticus followed the flow of students into a certain high school. At this time, Seito's classmates gradually appeared in his field of vision. Naturally, when they saw Inticus, they all jokingly inquired about the relationship between Inticus and Seito. Seito, who was already prepared for this kind of situation, made up 2 random excuses and sent his classmates back. Then, he took Inticus into the teaching building and temporarily placed her in the student cafeteria, a place where there was almost no one around at this time. Only then did he part ways with Inticus and return to the classroom to prepare for today's homework. However, for Inticus, it was obviously a wrong decision to put her in the cafeteria. After staying there for a while, Inticus's foodie nature was once again exposed. She couldn't help but walk to the vending machine placed against the wall of the cafeteria. Yes, I've seen it in a comic before. As long as you put money into that thing, it'll give you an exchange ticket for food. Inticus tilted her head, recalling the comic she used to read to pass time while comparing the content of the comic with the vending machine in front of her. Then, Inticus flattened the 2,000 yuan note Seito gave her before he left and stuffed it into the vending machine. This. What's going on? Where should I press? At this moment, Inticus suddenly realized that the vending machine in front of her was completely different from the one she had seen in the comic. She was puzzled. This vending machine was the same as the machines used to collect queue numbers in banks or other stores of similar nature. It was a touchscreen. However, Inticus, who had spent 2 to 3 days just learning how to use a mobile phone, and who had a hard time with other machines, was completely clueless about this. She could only stand there stupidly, studying it as if she was studying some kind of difficult technique. Unfortunately, the technique called machinery was like a god's domain to Inticus. It wasn't something she could study and understand at all. Right, I have to get my money back first, Inticus muttered to herself, finally realizing the crux of the matter. However, how could she, who had no idea what a touchscreen was, possibly get her money back? She could only fall to the ground with a look of despair and helplessness. At this moment, a series of footsteps suddenly came from behind Inticus. Just as she was slightly surprised, someone patted her on the shoulder. Inticus turned around and looked at the person who patted her on the shoulder. It was a tall girl wearing a high school uniform. Her face looked very gentle, and she had a pair of thin-framed eyes that made her look very intellectual. She had a head of slightly tawny black hair that extended to her thighs. Her entire temperament looked very weak, as if she would burst into tears if anyone dared to speak loudly to her. However, it was worth mentioning that, compared to Inticus's chest, which was almost like an airport runway, this girl's chest was towering and majestic. Anyone who saw it would involuntarily be attracted to it and lock their gaze on it. Well, you have to press the button. The young girl's tone was weak, like a delicate little animal as she spoke. Huh! Inticus's tone was full of confusion. The button on the screen, the girl reminded again. Chapter 860. The girl said softly as she pointed at the vending machine. After a while, Inticus came back to his senses. He looked in the direction the girl was pointing at and saw the LCD screen connected to the vending machine by an arm. Button? But there's no button on the vending machine, Inticus said as he looked back at the girl with an expression as if he was about to cry. I mean, you can just press the screen. Don't you know that? The girl said with a look of bewilderment. Then, she looked at Inticus and pleaded, Sob, please don't look like you're about to cry. You're lying. I know that there won't be any changes even if I touch the people on the TV, Inticus said angrily as his expression changed. She had come to this conclusion after watching a food show on TV at home, but the tricolor cat Sphinx couldn't get the food on the TV out no matter how hard it tried. The girl was speechless at Inticus's knowledge. Then, she silently walked to the vending machine and pressed the cancel button at the bottom of the screen. In an instant, the vending machine's motor turned and spat out the 2,000 yuan note that it had just swallowed. Inticus was dumbfounded by what he saw. How could this be? Inticus said in disbelief. So, you just have to touch the screen with your finger, the girl said as she retreated behind Inticus. So amazing. Is this TV connected to the inside? Inticus said as his gaze fell on the LCD screen. To a scientifically illiterate like Inticus, anything that could display images was called a TV. This isn't a TV, the girl explained again as she had already sensed Inticus's unusual knowledge. Amazing. Again. Do it again. Inticus, who was completely immersed in the excitement of exploring the unknown, completely ignored the girl's explanation and asked excitedly. Then, he inserted the $2,000 bill that he had just spat out into the slot of the vending machine. The girl, who didn't know what to do, could only press the cancel button again at Inticus's request. Following which, the $2,000 bill that was swallowed was once again spat out by the engine. Although ordinary people were used to such things, Inticus still looked at the girl with respect. What about this one? Next, Inticus pointed at a set of words on the screen and asked, "Search excluding criteria, button." As long as you enter a keyword here, it will list all the products that don't contain that keyword. For example, if someone is allergic to eggs, as long as you enter "egu," it will list all the products that don't contain eggs. The girl explained softly. What about this? What about information search? Inticus pointed at another button and asked. Literally. You can use numbers to search for nutrients, such as vitamin C or iron. For example, if you search for less than 150 calories, only the diet meal will appear, the girl explained patiently. Inticus asked. The girl explained everything until she finished explaining all the functions of the buttons. Thank you, what's your name? Inticus, who finally understood how to operate the vending machine, turned to look at the girl beside him and thanked her. Wind/ice flower. The girl hesitated for a moment before answering. In the end, Inticus and the girl named Wind/ice flower didn't order anything. They just sat at a table in the cafeteria and started chatting. The main content of their conversation was Inticus's complaints. She was so focused on talking that she completely forgot about her raging appetite. This situation continued until Seito returned to the cafeteria and came to Inticus's side. Looks like you've made a new friend. Seito turned to look at Wind/ice flower, who was sitting opposite Inticus. She was the core of the virtual mathematics school district and the carrier of the future artificial angel. Speaking of the virtual mathematics school district, it seems that the unknown space outside the absolute pitiful world used to hold souls is also called the virtual space, Seito thought to himself. Her name is Iceflower. She's a new friend of mine. Inticus happily introduced her to Seito after hearing Seito's words. My name is Wind/Iceflower. What about you? Wind/Iceflower's tone was weak as she spoke cautiously. My name is Seito, Seito replied with a smile on his face. Seito wasn't a pushover. He wouldn't let Wind/Iceflower feel fear in her heart. Therefore, after getting to know each other, the three of them quickly became familiar with each other and started chatting casually. However, the three of them didn't chat for long before they were interrupted by Yueyong Xiaomeng. Knowing that the start-of-term ceremony wasn't over yet, Seito had no choice but to help Inticus and Wind/Iceflower settle down. Then, he followed Yueyong Xiaomeng back to the auditorium. They continued to attend the start-of-term ceremony. 15 minutes later, Seito, who had finally survived the boring start-of-term ceremony, quickly returned to the cafeteria. He brought Inticus and Wind/Iceflower out of the school and strolled around the nearby business district. However, Wind/Iceflower's actions were similar to Inticus. She didn't seem to have any common sense when it came to certain details. She always needed Seito to remind her so that she wouldn't cause any trouble and would be able to stroll around peacefully. At this moment, a loud boom suddenly sounded. A blinding flash of light spread out rapidly from the metal not far away from where Seito, Inticus, and Wind/Iceflower were. All the people around them were so frightened by the sudden large amount of light that they covered their eyes with their hands, unable to move. However, after this moment, all the people who came back to their senses moved quickly. They screamed and yelled as they ran into the surrounding buildings. Even the university students and teachers who were driving abandoned their cars and ran into the buildings. It's a evacuation order. Seito, who was holding Inticus in one hand and Wind/Iceflower in the other, also ran into the building. He looked at the flashing object with a slightly surprised expression. The flashing light just now was the evacuation order signal mentioned in the emergency lecture in Academy City. As long as the flashing light appeared, it meant that a battle was about to break out in the vicinity. At the same time, it also reminded the ordinary people to take cover and avoid being hit by stray bullet. Under the flashing light of the evacuation order, The originally dense crowd on the street disappeared in just a short 30 seconds. Only the staff member who fired the signal flare and the target not far away were left. The target was a woman. She wore a black dress with white laces and bows decorating it everywhere. The style of the dress was very gothic. If it was worn by a petite and cute girl, it might be more suitable. Her long blonde hair was messy, like a wig that hadn't been properly tidied up. Her skin was rough, and the color of her skin was the dark brown of a mixed blood. She looked to be around 25 years old. However, her appearance was completely incompatible with the dress she wore. She looked as strange as a beggar who had just walked out of a refugee camp. Sure enough, it's her, Shirley Cromwell. Idose looked at the target through the crowd in front of him and thought to himself. Opposite Shirley Cromwell was Misaka Mikoto's exclusive mount, her junior roommate, and also the disciplinary committee member who had a perverted love for Misaka Mikoto, Shirai Kuriko. Please don't move. I'm the person in charge of maintaining public order in the city. My name is Shirai Kuriko. I believe I don't need to repeat the reason for your arrest. Shirai Kuriko raised her hand and pulled the disciplinary committee's armband on her other arm. She looked at Shirley Cromwell and said loudly. Shirley Cromwell, who only wanted to provoke a war between science and magic, completely ignored Shirai Kuriko's word. She turned her head to look at something. It wasn't until a few seconds later that her eyes fell on Shirai Kuriko. Stop the exploration. You really know how to give me trouble. Shirley Cromwell looked at Shirai Kuriko in a contemptuous tone. Shirai Kuriko frowned when she heard that. Her body appeared in front of Shirley Cromwell in the next moment. When Shirley Cromwell looked surprised, Shirai Kuriko reached out and grabbed her wrist. She activated her teleportation ability to change Shirley Cromwell's position in space and pressed her to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. With a few muffled sounds, more than a dozen slender iron nails pierced into Shirley Cromwell's cuffs, side, waist, and skirt, temporarily imprisoning her body on the ground. Of course, if Shirley Cromwell didn't care about her appearance, she could also get rid of Shirai Kuriko's imprisonment if she got up naked. I said, don't move. Don't you understand Japanese? Only then did Shirai Kuriko speak to Shirley Cromwell, who had been captured by her in a real sense. But Shirley Cromwell, who was captured by her, didn't pay attention to her words, but a strange smile suddenly appeared on her face. Then there was a loud bang. The asphalt road behind Shirai Kuriko bulged and sent her flying. It was not until a moment later that she fell heavily to the ground. It was also at this time that Shirai Kuriko turned her head and looked behind her. In an instant, a group of large arms made entirely of rocks protruded from the asphalt road and came into Shirai Kuriko's sight. What is this? Superpower? Shirai Kuriko's heart was full of doubts. Chapter 861. P.S. Thank you to book friends 130903, 112, 5994, 1577478860, and Nickfany for their tip. Shirai Kuriko was a little confused by the giant hand summoned by Shirley Cromwell. She couldn't tell whether the other party was a superpower or not. She didn't notice that her right foot was stuck in the newly formed rock because of the fall and roll, making her unable to move. At this time, Shirley Cromwell, who was the target of Shirai Kuriko's pursuit, suddenly had a slender chalk-like stone pen in her right hand. She wrote some strange marks on the ground that Shirai Kuriko didn't think were scientific symbols at all, but more like the magical runes in Western legends. With Shirley Cromwell's writing, the outstretched giant stone arm also seemed to be controlled by something as it slowly calibrated its trajectory, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Shirai Kuriko on the ground. Seeing this, Shirai Kuriko no longer cared about the doubts in her heart and was about to get up and escape. But in the next moment, she was awakened by the severe pain caused by the friction between her leg and the rock. Feeling the great pain from her foot, and looking at the gradually calibrating defense and the fist that was about to hit, Shiroi Kuriko couldn't help but panic a little, so she couldn't even use her best teleportation ability. Shiroi Kuriko's ability was teleportation, but her teleportation was different from the one that Sei Ito obtained from the absolutely pitiful world. As long as the spatial perception of the fourth dimension locked onto the spatial coordinate, except for rainy days or when there was debris near the spatial coordinate that could affect the spatial perception, it was not the same as the teleportation that was almost unaffected by emotions. It had a very high requirement for emotions, because in addition to the basic part of the teleportation ability, which was beyond the three-dimensional space by thinking, it wasn't about using mystical senses to determine movement and defense. Instead, it was about finding one's own coordinates in the 11th dimension and then calculating the movement vector in order to move through space. The complexity of this was much higher than fire shot and a lightning shot. It required a certain degree of calmness to succeed. So once she fell into a state of great pain, anxiety, and confusion. When she was unable to maintain her normal state of mind, she would lose her ability to calculate. Thus, she would not be able to use her teleportation ability. Therefore, even though Shiroi Kuriko had the ability to deal with most of the restrictions and dangerous teleportation, she was as helpless as a child who had returned to her house but could not find the key. She's using the Kabbalah technique, which is a combination of the British Puritan techniques. Inticus, who was hiding in a nearby building with Sei Ito and Ice Bloom Windslash, affirmed with a serious look on his face as he looked at the giant rock arm protruding from the asphalt road. Then, he continued to explain to Ice Flower and Sei Ito, who did not understand what Kabbalah was. In the thought of the Kabbalah, humans were created by God from the earth, and the half-baked products that humans imitated God's methods to create were the stone giant. In other words, the stone giant was the failed clone. After that, with the development of time, the original Kabbalah tactics were combined and improved with the tactics of the British Puritans. The language system also changed from the original Hebrew to English. At the same time, the symbolism of the cross was added into the tactic. Each part of the human body corresponds to the cross. So, instead of saying that the stone giant was an failed clone, it would be better to say that it was an angel that humans wanted to create. It's just that the power of humans is limited, so they can't create a perfect angel with the power of humans. So, the stone giant still maintains its current appearance. While Inticus was explaining the Kabbalah technique to Sei Ito and Ice Bloom Windslash, the giant rock arm had finally completed its orbit correction. It bent like a real arm and smashed down on Shiroi Kuriko, who was sweating profusely and struggling to survive. "Am I going to die?" Shiroi Kuriko looked at the approaching stone giant. The shadow cast by the giant rock arm covered her entire body. Shiroi Kuriko's heart was filled with despair. But just as Shiroi Kuriko closed her eyes and waited for death, a pitch-black slender object that resembled both a long whip and a knife came with a buzzing sound. Cut the giant rock arm in half like a knife cutting through tofu. It then continued to whip the upper half of the giant rock arm, attempting to shatter it to save Shiroi Kuriko, who was directly under the giant rock arm. Smack, smack, smack. Under the whip-like slash of the black shadow, the broken giant rock arm immediately shattered into countless small irregular pieces that fell to the ground like rain, making a series of sounds. Shiroi Kuriko opened her eyes in surprise when she heard the chaotic sounds. She looked at the other side of the black shadow. In an instant, Misaka Mikoto appeared in Shiroi Kuriko's vision. She was wearing the Tokuwadai girls' school uniform and had short brown hair that reached her neck. She was flicking a coin in her hand. "Wani-sama!" Shiroi Kuriko shouted in surprise. "Although I don't know why you two are fighting." At this time, the coin that was flicked flipped and fell back to Misaka Mikoto's hand. "But I won't allow anyone to hurt my friends. Bitch!" As she spoke, Misaka Mikoto flicked her hand. An orange-yellow beam of light that was as thick as an adult's arm with flashes of electricity on its surface shot out from Misaka Mikoto's body. It went straight for the broken giant rock arm that stood on the asphalt road not far away like a tower. Boom! Invincible giant tree. The moment the orange-yellow beam hit the giant rock arm, a loud boom sounded. A large cloud of thick dust and smoke spread out rapidly and shrouded the area where Shirley Cromwell was in the blink of an eye. Ah Ching, let's go after her. At this time, Inticus turned to Seito and said, "You sure are enthusiastic, but do you know where she ran to?" Seito looked at Inticus amusedly, then looked at Shiroi Kuriko and Misaka Mikoto. According to the psionic energy flow around there, that person ran underground. Hearing Seito's question, Inticus turned his head to look at the direction where Shirley Cromwell was standing. After more than 10 seconds of observation, he said to Seito, "Underground. Well, let's go underground and look for her. It's also a good opportunity to see why this magician entered Academy City. I hope he's not here to trouble you." Seito nodded after pondering for a moment. Then, without asking for Icebloom's opinion, he pulled her and Inticus, who was fully focused on fighting the magician, out of the crowd, out of the building they were hiding in, and entered the underground mall through the nearest staircase. Icebloom didn't know how to reject this person. Not to mention, Seito's movements were quick. She could only let Seito pull her into the underground mall with an aggrieved look. "So this is the underground world," Inticus said as he looked around curiously. "Hey, how do we find her now?" Seito, who was still holding Icebloom's arm, asked as he slowly walked forward with the crowd. "I don't know." Inticus shook his head and said. Then he continued with a matter-of-fact look, "But since we're already underground, I believe we'll meet that magician again soon, for sure. Up to you." Seito heard this and sighed helplessly. Then, "Can you let me go?" Seeing the two of them finish talking, Wind/Iceflower said weakly to Itose. Hearing Icebloom's words, Inticus turned his head to look at Seito and Icebloom with a puzzled look. Then his face darkened, and he whispered in a gloomy tone, "Ah Ching! Sorry, I was so focused on chasing that person that I forgot to ask for your opinion." "I'm so sorry." Seito hurriedly let go of Icebloom's arm and explained apologetically. "No, it's nothing." Icebloom lowered her head slightly, looking like a landlord who had been bullied. She didn't dare to resist and whispered. However, Inticus didn't want to let Seito go just like that. He continued to ask in a low tone, "How do you feel?" Seito wasn't stupid. How could he tell the truth? He shook his head and said, "I was focused on running just now, so I didn't feel anything." "Then do you want to touch it again?" Inticus suddenly suggested. "No need." Seito hurriedly refused. "Umph." Inticus snorted with displeasure. Then, he walked between Seito and Icebloom, ignoring Seito's existence, and continued to chat and laugh with Icebloom. It was as if everything that had happened just now was fake. No matter how old a woman is, her ability to change her expression is world-class. Seito saw this and couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As time passed, Inticus gradually forgot about the matter of tracking down Shirley Cromwell. He began to wander around the underground streets with Wind/Iceflower. However, the good times didn't last long. The crowd in the underground street began to thin out. In the end, there was almost no one left. "Hey you three, why aren't you leaving yet?" Just then, a female voice suddenly sounded in Seito's mind. Itose frowned when he heard this. He turned his head and searched around. Soon, he saw a girl wearing a student uniform from an unknown school. She was wearing an armband of the disciplinary committee. At the same time, Inticus and Icebloom also cried out, and looked around in panic. That's strange. I think I heard a voice coming from somewhere," Inticus said. I think I heard the voice directly in my head, Icebloom said. It's telepathy, right? Ito said softly. I've already said it several times. Terrorists have infiltrated this underground street. The higher-ups have already issued a red alert. The arrest will begin in 3 seconds. At that time, we'll put down all the partition walls and seal off the entire underground street. A gunfight will ensue. So, I've been ordered to instruct everyone to escape as soon as possible. Why aren't you listening to the order to leave? Don't you understand what I said? At this time, the discipline committee girl had already walked up to Ito and the other two. She had her hands on her hips and frowned. Sorry, we'll leave immediately, Ito said with an embarrassed expression. Then he stretched out his hands and grabbed Inticus and Iceflower's arms, and turned around to leave. When the 3 of you escape, try to act natural. Don't make a ruckus. It'll be bad if the terrorists get information about the arrest, the discipline committee girl reminded. We understand, Ito said. Then, ignoring the girl from the discipline committee, he pulled Inticus and Iceflower and quickly disappeared from her sight. Ah Ching, that terrorist is the magician we saw before, right? Then why do we have to leave? Can't we just tell her the situation and ask her to let us pass? Inticus asked in confusion. Because this is Academy City. Everything is run according to science. If you suddenly tell her that you're a magician, do you think she'll believe you? It's like if I suddenly tell you that I'm the Archbishop of the British Puritans. Would you believe me? Ito explained. Then what do we do now? Inticus tilted his head and thought for a moment before asking. Go back to the surface first, then find a chance to come down again. Ito explained. We can also send Icebloom back to the surface. After all, this is a very dangerous situation. We can't get her involved. At the end of his sentence, Ito turned his head and looked at Icebloom with a smile. At this time, there was no one in the underground street. There were no obstacles that could slow them down, so the 3 of them quickly arrived at the entrance of the passage closest to them. Found it! But just as Ito and the other 2 were about to go over, a female voice suddenly echoed in the empty underground street. Then, a crystal that was completely composed of rocks, with a human eyeball in the center, appeared on the wall beside the 3 of them. Looking at the eyeball on the wall, Iceflower's expression clearly froze. Who knows if it was because he was shocked by the shape of the eyeball, or because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He just thought that it was a fake eyeball made of glass. He. Forbidden Book Catalog, LV5 Esper, The Key to the Virtual Mathematics School. Which one should I choose? Which one should I choose? How troublesome. There are too many choices. It's also very troublesome. At this time, the wall where the eyeball was slightly trembled like water ripples. Then, the female voice that they heard before spoke again. Whatever, we'll just kill them all. Then, the voice paused, and then said in a cold and murderous tone, Pa! As the female voice fell, the eyeball on the wall suddenly exploded and melted into the wall, disappearing without a trace. Then, there was a loud boom. The entire underground street that Ito and the other 2 were in shook violently. Chapter 862. The shaking was very violent, as if they were on a ship sailing in a storm. Their footing was unstable, and their bodies swayed uncontrollably. Of course, this was for ordinary people. Ito, who had psychokinesis, was not afraid of this level of shaking at all. He directly used psychokinesis to envelop himself, Inticus, and Iceflower beside him. He hovered the 2 of them 7 to 8 centimeters above the ground, quietly observing the changes in the underground street. In this violent shaking, numerous dust particles scattered down from the cement planks of the ceiling. At the same time, the fluorescent lamps in the underground street flickered twice in the violent shaking before extinguishing together with the other lighting facilities, causing the entire underground street to fall into darkness at once. But after a few seconds, the emergency lights in the underground street automatically lit up, emitting a hazy red light, providing some light in the dark underground street. At this time, a low and dull sound was heard. The blazing white light in the elevator not far from Sei-Ito gradually disappeared. Obviously, the guards had put down the isolation wall earlier than scheduled. Otherwise, the natural light wouldn't have disappeared in the shaking. The walls of Academy City were very thick, at least 30 centimeters thick, made entirely out of steel alloy. This was meant to be used in the event of a flood or war, as well as to resist external bombardment. But with the early lowering of the isolation wall, the crowd that had not completely escaped the underground street was forcibly cut off and trapped in the dark underground street. Humans were creatures that yearned for light. In this dark space accompanied by violent shaking, the fear in the hearts of humans was immediately magnified, causing the students trapped in the underground street to fall into a frenzy, desperately slamming the alloy wall in front of them. Come. The banquet has begun. Scream as much as you want in this muddy tomb covered in dirt and stone. At this time, the female voice that had just disappeared reverberated throughout the underground street. As soon as the voice fell, an even more violent shaking than before appeared in the underground street again. But none of this had anything to do with Sei-Ito. He was very sure that under the protection of the psychokinesis shield, even if the entire underground street collapsed, he, Inticus, and Iceflower would not be in any danger. So, Sei-Ito had no intention of escaping at all. He remained where he was, waiting for Shirley Cromwell's next attack. Or some other situation. But passively taking a beating was not what Sei-Ito wanted. He turned to Inticus and asked, "Inticus, can you track down where that person is?" No, the opponent is using Kabbalah's mud eyeball. This technique can be used to go anywhere by the existence of mud and maintain magic power in another way. So, we can't find the opponent's location with this broken eyeball. Inticus shook his head and said, "Is that so? Looks like we can only use the old method to slowly search." Sei-Ito sighed softly. After that, Sei-Ito used psychokinesis to envelop himself, Inticus, and Iceflower, and floated into the depths of the dark underground street to search for Shirley Cromwell's whereabouts. The movement speed of psychokinesis was so fast that it was not something that a human's running speed could compare to. So, it did not take long. Ito Seiji walked through the sub-underground street and entered the main street. Then he continued to search along the main street into the depths of the underground street. At this time, the underground was dark and quiet. Sei-Ito, Inticus, and Inticus were like helpless people trapped on an isolated island. They could not help but feel a sense of retreat and fear from the bottom of their hearts. However, whether it was a young girl like Inticus who had preserved 103,000 books of magic and had been hunted down countless times by magicians, or Sei-Ito who had been through many worlds and experienced all kinds of things, or Inticus who was born in the school of imaginary mathematics, they had been living in loneliness since birth. Iceflower, who had no one to communicate with, was not an ordinary person. Naturally, they would not be affected by such a small situation. They continued their search without any hesitation. Tat, 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 tat. After walking for an unknown distance, a series of faint gunshots echoed in the empty underground street. There. Sei-Ito's heart skipped a beat. He activated the psychokinesis and carried the three of them at high speed in the direction of the gunshot. With the help of psychokinesis, the three of them quickly arrived at the origin of the gunshots. In an instant, more than a dozen security guards in dark blue uniforms with black bulletproof vests and helmets came into the sight of Sei-Ito, Inticus, and Iceflower. They blocked the front with large black explosion-proof shields. The security guards extended their muzzles through the gaps between the explosion-proof shields and aimed at the depths of the tunnel where Shirley Cromwell was slowly walking forward with a stone golem in front of her. However, the giant stone golem summoned by Shirley Cromwell was not a simple stone golem. Instead, it had the magical attribute of automatically regenerating by absorbing the surrounding metal, soil, and other things. It was not something that could be destroyed by simple modern firearms. Moreover, the stone golem itself was very hard. When the bullets hit its body, they could only produce streaks of dark yellow sparks that ricocheted off the surface of its body. That was to say, it was impossible to cause any damage to Shirley Cromwell's boulder golem unless one used a heavy weapon to attack it directly. However, in such a narrow environment, the security guards, who were only equipped with automatic rifles, went to look for heavy weapons. Even if they found heavy weapons, they would not dare to use them recklessly. What if they blew up their own people before hurting the enemy? In addition, and most importantly, although these guards were called guards, they had only received simple police training and were not regular soldiers in the traditional sense. In their bones, they were still teachers of various schools. The only reason they stayed here bravely to fight against the enemy was because of the thought of protecting the students in their hearts. They were the best of the best. Under such a simple gun attack, the stone golem, which was completely unharmed, finally moved to the front of the security guards. Shirley Cromwell, who was standing behind it, quickly wrote a series of English characters on the wall with chalk in her hand. The stone golem immediately raised its thick arm, as if it had received some kind of order, and smashed down on the security guards below. "Close your eyes," Seito hurriedly said when he saw the situation. At the same time, he stretched out his hands in front of Index and Icebreaker. Boom! The next moment there was a loud noise. Several of the security guards who resisted with pistols were immediately killed and injured under the stone golem's attack. A large amount of blood and broken limbs covered the entire area where the security guards were located under Seito's gaze. At this point, these security guards had completely lost the ability to fight against Shirley Cromwell. "You two step aside first. I'll deal with this guy," Seito said. After that, without giving Index and Icebreaker a chance to respond, he directly sent the two of them into the dark passage behind him with psychokinesis. After that, Seito, who had temporarily sent the two of them away, stomped his foot, turned into a black shadow, and rushed out from among the security guards who had suffered heavy casualties. He came in front of the stone golem in front of Shirley Cromwell and kicked it in the abdomen. Boom! In an instant there was a loud noise. An irregular dent with a diameter of nearly 1 meter appeared on the upper body of the stone golem under Seito's kick, and the stone golem was kicked back a short distance. "Alice!" Shirley Cromwell, whose arm was rapidly writing English on the wall, yelled. Puppet Alice opened her mouth and roared silently. The dent on the upper body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a pair of thick arms were raised high and slammed down heavily on Seito in front of her. Seeing this, Seito tapped his toes and leaped back. Boom! Just as he retreated, Puppet Alice's two fists hit the ground in unison. A violent shock, immediately accompanied by a loud noise reverberating in the underground street, rushed toward Seito and the security guards behind him. Seito, who had just steadied himself, stretched his arms forward and unfolded a psychokinesis barrier that separated the entire underground street, blocking the shock wave that approached him. As for the shock wave that came with the shock wave, Seito had no idea what to do. He could only hope that the injured security guards were lucky enough not to die in the shock wave. Fortunately, the security guards were equipped with strong shock absorption capabilities, so there was no need to worry about the injured people dying in the shock wave. Seeing that the shock wave had passed, Seito immediately retracted the psychokinesis barrier in front of him. He transformed his psychokinesis into invisible tentacles that grabbed the equipment fragments that were shattered by the giant stone golem's attack and controlled them to shoot toward Puppet Alice. Although Puppet Alice had no intelligence, it had Shirley Cromwell as its controller. So, the moment those fragments flew toward it, Puppet Alice's body suddenly expanded and filled the entire underground street that was wide enough for 4 cars to drive side by side. It was like a wall that blocked the fragments that might have hit Shirley Cromwell through the gap. Ding ding dang dang dang. Soon, a series of crisp knocking sounds echoed in the quiet tunnel. Seeing this, Saito raised his eyebrows. He once again charged toward Puppet Alice and then jumped in front of Puppet Alice's head like a grasshopper. He turned around and kicked Puppet Alice's head hard. Under Saito's psychokinesis enhanced kick, a crescent-shaped depression appeared on Puppet Alice's head. But Saito did not stop there. His feet stopped in the air, as if he was standing on solid ground. He twisted his body again, and kicked the crescent-shaped depression that had not yet recovered. Chapter 863. After 2 consecutive kicks, 1/3 of Alice's head completely disappeared, leaving a horizontal U-shaped gap. Damn it, go to hell! Looking at Saito through the gap in Alice's head, Shirley Cromwell roared. She then quickly wrote a series of English words on the wall with the chalk in her hand. Just as the tip of Shirley Cromwell's pen paused, a loud bang reverberated in the quiet underground street. At this time, a large cloud of gray dust drifted out from Alice's head, enveloping Saito, who was in front of Alice's head. I forgot that your puppet can self-destruct, Saito, who was wrapped in a layer of telekinetic shield, said faintly in the gradually dispersing smoke and dust. Then, without waiting for Shirley Cromwell to answer, he immediately waved his arm to create several pale white transparent wind blades, which flew towards Shirley Cromwell through the huge gap in Alice's head that had not yet recovered. Like most of the traditional magicians, Shirley Cromwell did not practice close combat skills, so when the wind blades flew over, she could only dodge in a panic. But even if Shirley Cromwell dodged in time, the several wind blades still cut several holes in the black dress she was wearing, revealing the dark brown skin wrapped in the dress. Fortunately, the underground passage was dimly lit at this time, and it was basically impossible to see a figure a few meters away, so no one would pay attention to Shirley Cromwell's exposed skin. Although no one was watching, Shirley Cromwell's heart was full of displeasure. Almost instinctively, she picked up the chalk and wrote something on the wall. The next moment, there were several crackling sounds, and the ceiling above Saito suddenly broke from the middle. It fell towards Saito's body. At the same time, the giant stone puppet that had only lost its head, but not its life, also waved its huge stone palms, slapping towards Saito's body from both sides. Seeing this, Saito moved his body, and like Superman, he flew past the half-recovered giant stone puppet's head that still had many gaps. He dodged the attacks from above, left, and right by a hair's breadth, and rushed to Shirley Cromwell's side. As her face changed slightly, he waved his hand and chopped her neck, knocking her out. Perhaps knowing what would happen to her, Shirley Cromwell gave the puppet Alice an automatic control order while she was unconscious. So, even though Shirley Cromwell was knocked out by Itose, she was still able to control the puppet. The giant stone puppet still did not dissipate and was still moving in its original shape. Saito, who was holding Shirley Cromwell with one hand, looked at the puppet Alice and frowned slightly. He began to recall the specific introduction of this Kabbalah spell in the original work. This spell was a modified version of the original Kabbalah spell combined with the British Puritanism. The language system was changed from Hebrew to English, and with the added meaning of the cross-sex idolatry, it gave the stone giant an incomplete angelic characteristic. It had the characteristics of being powerful and indestructible. So, there were only 2 ways to destroy the giant stone puppet. One was to erase the control runes that existed inside the puppet, and the other was to destroy more than 90% of the giant stone puppet's body in 2 seconds. There was no other way. In terms of methods, the first was undoubtedly the simplest, but how difficult was it to accurately find the control runes that existed inside the puppet? At the very least, one had to know the principle of this spell and the spellcaster's casting habits clearly, or be like Inticus, who was proficient in magic spells and could directly reverse the calculation to find the location of the runes. At the very least, Sei-Ito did not possess these 2 points for the time being. So, after much thought, Sei-Ito could only explode with his own power and destroy more than 90% of the giant stone puppet's body in an instant. Thinking of this, Sei-Ito did not hesitate. He directly used psychokinesis to gently place Shirley Cromwell in his arms on the ground. Then, using psychokinesis, he pushed the air in front of him to form convection, generating wind and building a high-speed vortex, forcibly gathering the gaps of the entire underground street. Under the control of psychokinesis, a pale white cyclone visible to the naked eye appeared in front of Sei-Ito. Fortunately, no one was controlling it. The giant stone puppet that had entered automatic mode only had the pure instinct to destroy. It would not actively seek out any targets, which gave Sei-Ito enough time to prepare a big move, and the injured guards had time to retreat, allowing both sides to do their own things in an orderly manner. But compared to the trouble of the guards retreating, it was simply gathering the atmosphere. Sei-Ito, who compressed and created the ionized body, was much faster. In just over 20 seconds, a cluster of constantly changing shapes, emitting a bright purple glow, like a liquid, appeared in front of Sei-Ito. He then used psychokinesis to push it onto the body of the giant stone puppet that was destroying the underground street. The moment the bright purple ionized body touched the body of the giant stone puppet, a dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire underground street where Sei-Ito was, forcing Sei-Ito to raise his arms to shield his eyes from the strong light. Then, after 3 to 4 seconds of silence, there was a sudden explosion. A powerful shock wave instantly spread out in all directions with the stone golem as the center. The resulting strong wind caused the guards who had not retreated to be pushed back by a huge wave. They were sent tumbling back into the distance. A large number of buildings and weapons were also sent flying by the shock wave like cannonballs. Seeing this, Sei-Ito immediately unfolded a psychokinesis barrier in front of him, blocking all the things that flew in front of him. Some flew along the outer arc of the barrier and flew away from Sei-Ito. Fortunately, the shock wave came and went quickly. It only lasted for 4 to 5 seconds before it returned to normal. At the same time, the dazzling light also disappeared at this time, exposing the situation where the giant stone puppet stood. There was no trace of Alice where the stone golem used to be. Only 2 semicircular depressions, one above and one below, were left on the ground and the other on the ceiling. Both of them shone with a faint, crystalline light. Phew, finally done. Sei-Ito saw this and sighed softly. Then, he used his psychokinesis to wrap Shirley Cromwell behind him and carried her behind him. He walked slowly in the direction of Index and Icebreaker. A few minutes later, at a place about 10 meters away from where Inticus and Wind/Iceflower were originally placed, Ito-Sei finally met up with Inticus and Wind/Iceflower, who had some dirt on their faces and bodies. At the same time, there were also reinforcements who were called over by the guards who were injured during the battle. The leader of the reinforcements was none other than the head teacher of a class and the physical education teacher of all ages in a high school where Ito-Sei studied, Ai Yasukawa. I remember you are the naughty boy in Ms. Moon's class. Eiki Yosanzawa frowned when she saw Sei-Ito. Yes. Sei-Ito nodded and admitted. I didn't know your ability was so powerful. If Ms. Moon knew, she would be very happy. Eiki Yosanzawa's brows relaxed and she laughed heartily. In response to Eiki Yosanzawa's praise, Sei-Ito smiled slightly. He was not modest, nor did he show any arrogance. He was very calm. Well, give the woman behind you to us, then take your friend and leave here quickly. Eiki Yosanzawa, who saw Sei-Ito's performance, secretly praised him and looked at Shirley Cromwell. Okay. Knowing that even if Shirley Cromwell was handed over to Eiki Yosanzawa, they wouldn't be able to keep her for long. She would soon be taken over by the upper echelons of Academy City, especially by the big boss with the same name as the 3D Baldy Alesta Crowley, Alistair, who would use other reasons to hand her over to the double-spy Tsuchimikado Motoharu to deal with the aftermath. Therefore, Seito readily agreed. Without needing Eiki Yosanzawa's order, 2 guards on both sides came forward and carried the unconscious Shirley Cromwell onto a stretcher and transported her to the temporary prison of the guard department. Then, Seito bid farewell to Eiki Yosanzawa, and under the guidance of a guard, he took Index and Icebreaker away from the underground street that was once again closed and returned to the surface. That was really thrilling. As compensation, let's go eat a big meal. Index, who often found all kinds of reasons to ask Seito to take him to a big meal, suggested. You seem to have been placed in the rear, right? What's so thrilling about it? Itose said grumpily. Who said I didn't? Index stared at Seito angrily, then pointed at the dirt on his face and body and said, Look, these are all proof that I've just experienced a dangerous situation. How can it not be thrilling? Yes, it's thrilling even if I just touch my face with some dirt, Seito continued. Ah Cheng, are you doubting the honesty of a nun? Index stopped and questioned Seito. How is that possible? Seito said in surprise, then changed the topic and continued, but to prove whether or not you've experienced a thrilling incident, let's ask the other person involved, Icebreaker. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Icebreaker, who had been treating herself as an outsider. Win/Binghua, who was suddenly dragged into the dispute between Itose and Inticus, was at a loss. He looked at Inticus and Itose, not knowing what to do. Ah Cheng, is it fun to bully girls? Index looked at Seito again and said loudly. I'm not. Seito retorted. Then why does Icebreaker look like she's about to cry? So it must be your fault. But if you can take me and Binghua out for a feast, we will be very forgiving of you, Inticus said, twisting his words and forcing logic. Chapter 864. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany and NXCX for their tip. Thank you to Crisis Moment for your comment. In the end, under Inticus's persuasion, Itose finally took Inticus and Iceflower Windslash to an air-conditioned fast food restaurant and had a huge meal. However, not long after Seito and the other 2 finished eating and were strolling on the street, Windslash/Iceflower's body suddenly became blurred and distorted like a 3D projection under the influence of strong interference. It looked like she would run out of power at any time and disappear. Iceflower. Index, who was completely unaware of the change in Windslash/Iceflower, looked at her with confusion and worry. How could this be? Windslash/Iceflower looked down at her hands and muttered to herself with a face full of horror. However, as soon as Windslash/Iceflower's voice fell, her expression immediately froze, and she stood there with a blank look in her eyes. Iceflower? Index tilted his head and asked with concern. So, I'm a monster, Windslash/Iceflower muttered to herself. No, you're not, Seito suddenly said after hearing Windslash/Iceflower's words. Windslash/Iceflower looked like someone who had fallen into the sea and was struggling to survive when she suddenly saw a lifeboat in front of her. She raised her head and looked at Seito with a look of anticipation and nervousness, as well as fear and uneasiness. Although I don't know why you became like this, during the time we spent together, you experienced happiness and joy together with us. You also felt fear and didn't know what to do. You also know how to choose the food you like and care about Indic. Not to mention, Seito said as he stepped in front of Windslash/Iceflower. He reached out his arms and held her in his arms as he continued, You have warmth and feelings. So, to me, you are a living person, a friend of Indix and I. Isn't that right, Indix? Seito said as he turned to look at Indic. Ice Flower's gaze subconsciously followed Seito's words. He looked at Inticus, who was standing at the side. Although Inticus was displeased with Ito-Sei's action of hugging Ice Flower, he did not make a scene immediately. He nodded solemnly and said to Ice Flower without hesitation, "Yes, Ice Flower is my good friend." Seeing Inticus's serious and unhesitant expression, Ice Flower felt a surge of warmth in her heart, stimulating her body that had turned cold after discovering the fact that she was a monster, and it immediately warmed up. At the same time, sparkling and translucent tears uncontrollably flowed from her eyes as she began to cry bitterly. Amidst the painful cries, Ice Flower body became even more unstable. Countless fragments of fluorescent light floated out from Ice Flower legs, and continued to devour Ice Flower entire body at a steady speed. "Binghua, this is?" Inticus hurriedly asked. "Yes. It's a bit troublesome." Ice Flower raised her head and wiped the tears off her face as she explained to Inticus with a blissful smile, "My body is like a lump formed by superpower, so no matter how hard I try, I can only remain in an unstable state. And I can never exist." "Then you?" Inticus asked hesitantly. "Don't worry, I won't be destroyed so quickly. I have the power of 2.3 million people in my body, and my lifespan is dozens of times longer than yours." Ice Flower comforted Inticus with a smile, knowing what Inticus wanted to ask. At this time, the dispersing process had already devoured the lower half of Ice Flower body, and it was moving towards the upper half of her body. "It's about time for me to go back," Ice Flower said. Hearing Ice Flower words, Inticus's face immediately showed an expression that looked like she was about to cry. She looked like a helpless child about to be abandoned. Don't worry, even if my body disappears, I'm not dead. You can only see me, but you can't touch me. Even if you can't feel me, I'll always be by your side," Ice Flower said to Inticus with a gentle smile. Hearing Ice Flower words, Inticus suddenly felt uneasy, as if he would never be able to see her again. Inticus hurriedly called out, "Ice Flower!" At this time, only Ice Flower shoulder remained, and she looked at Inticus with a puzzled expression. "Tomorrow we can go out and play together tomorrow, right?" Inticus asked softly, tears gradually accumulating in her eyes. "Of course," Ice Flower answered with a smile. As soon as she said that, the fluorescent light that had been dispersing at a constant speed suddenly exploded, causing Ice Flower to completely disappear before Inticus and Seito's eyes. "Ah Cheng!" Inticus turned to Seito and called out. Seito was a little puzzled as he responded. Inticus did not say anything. Instead, under Seito's puzzled gaze, she revealed the fangs in her mouth and bit down on Seito's arm. "How unfortunate!" Feeling the immense pain from his arm, Seito could not help but imitate Shangtiao Toma's catchphrase, shaking his head and sighing helplessly. After waiting for Inticus to be satisfied, Seito brought Inticus back to his dorm. Just as Seito opened the dorm door and let Inticus in, his phone suddenly rang. Seito took out his phone from his pocket and looked at the caller ID displayed on the screen, Kinuhada Sai. Looking at the name on the screen, Seito frowned slightly as he pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Before Seito could say anything, Kinuhada Sai's anxious voice came from the phone. "Super bad news, Big Sis Mujino is chasing after us, super quick, come and save us." Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, a clear and violent explosion came from the phone. "I got it, I'll be there right away," Seito quickly said and immediately hung up the phone. Standing at the door, he said to Inticus, who had already skillfully turned on the TV with the remote control, "Inticus, I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll have to leave for a bit." Inticus, whose attention was almost entirely focused on the super mobile girl Kamina that was playing on the TV, answered absent-mindedly. Seeing this, Seito did not say anything. He closed the door, turned on his phone, and called up the special signal sent back by the nanomachines hidden in Kinuhata Sai's body. Then, he quickly rushed to the source of the signal. The other party was standing in Academy City. Ranked fourth was the atomic crasher Mujino Shizuri. Seito naturally would not rush there in the normal way. Instead, he directly activated his psychokinesis and rushed to the source of the signal using the GPS on his phone. She really knows how to find the time. While rushing, Seito thought to himself unhappily. Under the effect of his psychokinesis, Kinuhata Sai was in Academy City. Since Kinuhata Sai was in School District 7, it didn't take long for Ito-sei to arrive at the scene of the incident. Boom! As soon as Seito appeared, a bright white beam of light brushed past his ear and hit the wall beside him. It left a twisted arc mark on the wall that seemed to have been melted by high temperature. "Boss, you're finally here." Seeing Seito appear in front of her, Kinuhata Sai let out a sigh of relief. "Are you alone? Where's Frenda?" Seito quickly asked. "Frenda isn't with me. I'm super alone with Big Sis Mujino," Kinuhata Sai replied. At this time, another bright white beam of light penetrated the wall beside Seito and Kinuhata Sai and shot towards Kinuhata Sai. When Ito Senari saw this, he immediately formed a telekinetic barrier in front of himself and Kinuhata Sai, who was beside him. Boom! In an instant, a loud explosion was heard. The telekinetic barrier that was hit by the bright white beam of light began to tremble slightly. What a strong power! Looking at the trembling telekinetic barrier in front of him, Ito-sei sighed softly. Then, he opened his mouth and called out to Mujino Shizuri, who was slowly walking towards their hiding place. "Yo! Shiri-chan, your welcome sure is warm. It makes me excited from the bottom of my heart. Who's there?" Hearing Seito's voice, Mujino Shizuri subconsciously stopped and frowned. "Be careful, I'll go meet Mujino Shizuri." Seito didn't immediately answer Mujino Shizuri's question. Instead, he first instructed Kinuhata Sai before slowly walking out from behind the wall. He entered Mujino Shizuri's line of sight. On the opposite side of the street, there was a young girl who was about 1.65 meters tall. She was wearing white high-heeled boots, black knee socks, and a lavender silk short dress. Her dark red long hair with wavy curls at the bottom naturally draped over her shoulders and back. She had a ferocious smile on her face. She was also about 1.65 meters tall. She was also about 1.65 meters tall. She was wearing a pair of colorful sports pants. She was wearing a white short-sleeved sports t-shirt, and she had shoulder-length brown hair. She looked very listless. There was a distance between the two of them, one in front of the other, and the other behind the other. The two of them were the captain of the Black Ops prop team, Mujino Shizuri, along with her team member, Takitsubu Riku, who had a LV4 ability tracking. "Who are you?" Seeing Seito walk out, Mujino Shizuri frowned and asked again. "Hey, Shenri-chan, you are really forgetful. Last time we talked on the phone very happily. We even said that we would find a time to go on a date and get a room together. How can you forget my voice now?" Ito-sei looked at Mujino Shizuri and said. Then, without waiting for Mujino Shizuri to speak, he looked past her and looked at Takitsubu Riku, who was standing behind her. He smiled and waved his hand. "Hey Riku, how about it? Do you want to come over here? I'm looking forward to seeing you, Riku." Before Takitsubu Riku could react, Mujino Shizuri had already summoned 3 balls of light the size of tennis balls in front of her. "It's you, you bastard," she yelled. At the same time, he fired disintegration beams at Ito-sei. Seeing this, Seito didn't dodge at all. Instead, he activated a telekinetic barrier with a slight arc in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, 3 muffled sounds could be heard. The telekinetic barrier trembled slightly. The 3 consecutive disintegration beams grazed the arc of the telekinetic barrier and flew past Sei-Ito from both sides. They landed on the wall not far away, leaving behind a huge mark of destruction. Shiri-chan, this level of attack can't break through my defense. Sei-Ito seemed to be advising her out of goodwill, but he was actually provoking her. Hearing those provocative words, Mujino Shizuri couldn't believe it. She once again summoned another ball of light the size of a basketball. Then she activated her telekinesis and shot out a disintegration beam thinner than a soccer ball towards Sei-Ito. Knowing the might of the disintegration beam, Sei-Ito didn't dare to be careless. He immediately strengthened his telekinetic barrier, and at the same time slightly tilted the barrier to receive Mujino Shizuri's attack. Bang! Instantly, a muffled sound could be heard. The telekinetic barrier seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. That thick disintegration beam suddenly flew upwards, grazing the air above Sei-Ito's head as it flew diagonally towards the sky. Phew, that was close. That was close. Shiri-chan's attack almost broke through my defense. Sei-Ito let out a half-joking sigh. Then he looked at Mujino Shizuri with a serious expression and continued, I can't let Shiri-chan attack again, or else I'll be in danger. So Shiri-chan, I'm sorry. After speaking, his figure flashed, as if he had teleported. He suddenly appeared in front of Mujino Shizuri and punched towards her abdomen. ALV-5 Esper's reaction speed was extremely fast. Therefore, the moment Sei-Ito made his move, she had already reacted. She crossed her arms in front of her body to block Sei-Ito's punch. Bang! Following a light sound, Mujino Shizuri's body uncontrollably slid backwards. Seeing that he couldn't take down Mujino Shizuri in one hit, Sei-Ito wasn't angry. He once again appeared beside Mujino Shizuri and swung his arm towards her neck. Mujino Shizuri instinctively tilted her head back and dodged Ito-sei's chop by a hair's breadth. However, the sharp gust of wind carried by Ito-sei's chop still left a thin red wound on her neck. Sei-Ito's arm trembled as his attack missed. He abruptly stopped midway and then swung his arm horizontally towards Mujino Shizuri's neck. This time, the attack was too close and didn't give Mujino Shizuri any time to react or resist. It directly hit her weak throat. At the same time, the force from his arm immediately sent Mujino Shizuri flying backwards. Plop! Mujino Shizuri lost her balance and fell heavily onto the ground. However, Mujino Shizuri was still Mujino Shizuri. She had a ruthless nature, so even if she fell, she didn't give up on the possibility of a counterattack. She roughly calculated a variable and fired a disintegration beam towards Sei-Ito's body. Chapter 865. From the corner of his eye, Sei-Ito saw the beam coming and dodged to the side, dodging the disintegration beam. With a thought, he exerted psychokinesis on Mujino Shizuri, who was on the ground, causing her to be unable to move. My dear Shiri-chan, what you did just now was too dangerous. You really shouldn't do that. Squatting beside Mujino Shizuri, he gently stroked her cheeks while looking at her with a weird smile. Get your dirty hands off my face, you bastard. Mujino Shizuri glared at Sei-Ito and scolded. It feels so good, it really feels like I'm touching your twin peaks. Sei-Ito followed her words and removed his hands from her face. While gently stroking between his fingers to feel the lingering sensation, he placed his hands in front of his nose and said, Oh right, I heard that you have a lot of sexy underwear that you don't know who to wear. Why don't you just wear it for me in the future? Putting down his hands, Sei-Ito looked at Mujino Shizuri and smiled. Frienda. Hearing Sei-Ito's words, Mujino Shizuri instinctively thought that only Frienda with her big mouth would reveal her secret. Then, Seito ignored Mijino Shizuri and walked towards Takitsuburiku, who was still standing there. Phew, that's really unbelievable. I didn't think that I would really defeat Big Sis Mijino. At this time, seeing that the battle was over, Kinuhata Sai, who came out from her hiding place, said with a look of disbelief, "And you even shamelessly took liberties with her. Why do I feel like I'm not a hero who saved a girl in danger, but a bastard who took liberties with a woman on the street?" Seito, who was already standing in front of Takitsuburiku, said without turning his head. "That's right, you really did look like a bastard who took liberties with a woman on the street." Kinuhata Sai nodded her head and said with certainty, "I can't be bothered with you." Seito curled his lips, before looking straight at Takitsuburiku and asked seriously, "You are willing to come to me? Let my place be your new home? Then can you let Sister Mai go?" Takitsuburiku hesitated for a moment before asking Seito. "As long as you're willing, of course." Seito smiled. He then turned around and looked at Mijino Shizuri, who was trapped by his telekinesis, and said, "Congratulations, you've succeeded. If you still have any dissatisfaction, I welcome you to find me again at any time. But I hope that when the time comes, you'll come straight for me, and not do what you did to Kinuhata Sai and the others." "I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I will definitely kill you!" Unable to move her body, the surrounding electrons were also forcefully stabilized by Seito's psychokinesis, preventing her from using meltdown atoms. Unable to retaliate, Mijino Shizuri shouted with a ferocious expression, "I'll say it again. You're welcome to do it at any time." Seito laughed. With a thought, he lifted Mijino Shizuri up with his telekinesis and flung her into the air. "Kinuhata, Riku, let's go," Seito said to Kinuhata and the newly joined Takitsuburiku. "You promised me that you'll let Mijino go." Takitsuburiku did not follow his words. Instead, she looked at Seito and questioned him in a low voice. "You saw the situation just now. If I let her go on the spot, she'll definitely attack again. At that time I'll be fine, but I'm afraid that she'll vent her anger on you guys." Itosei turned to look at Takitsuburiku and shrugged his shoulders. "As for her safety, you don't have to worry about it. Her atomic disintegrator can only be used as a direct attack in the form of a beam. Her atomic bomb can also be used like a rocket booster, so there's no possibility of her falling to her death." Takitsuburiku turned around to look at the direction where Mijino Shizuri disappeared, then nodded and followed Seito and Kinuhata Sai away from the scene of the battle. They walked towards Harunsei Kiyama's apartment where Kinuhata Sai was temporarily staying. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at Harunsei Kiyama's apartment. "You guys go in, I have to go to another place later, so I won't be going in," Seito said to Kinuhata Sai and Takitsuburiku. "Oh," Kinuhata Sai replied. "Rest well for the next 2 days. After that, I'll bring you to the hospital where I work and find the doctor there to check your body. I'll see if there's any way to treat the aftereffects on your body," Seito said as his gaze fell on Takitsuburiku. "Okay," Takitsuburiku replied. After that, Seito didn't say anything else as he watched Kinuhata Sai and Takitsuburiku enter Harunsei Kiyama's apartment. Then, he turned around and left the apartment, returning to his own dorm. Of course, to prevent Inticus from gnawing on his food when he regained his senses, Seito also packed some food from a fast food restaurant he passed by on the way. It would be something to comfort him when he returned to his dorm. Sure enough, Inticus, whose appetite erupted after smelling the food, no longer paid attention to Seito and began to chew on the food. After that, everything returned to normal. Seito either went to a certain university on time to be a good student, or went to a certain university's third medical hospital after school in the afternoon to work as a part-time doctor. Then, he would return to his dorm to rest at 6 p.m., and so on. During this period, the Misaka sisters who had finished the first stage of treatment also boarded the plane and headed to the joint structure outside the country to continue the second and third stage of treatment. Only 10 Misaka sisters, including 9982 and 10032, were left to live in Academy City. Unfortunately, the Misaka sisters were sent away during the period when Tokuwadai Girls' School and Sakogawa Middle School went to America's West Coast for a public tour. They didn't stay in Academy City, so they didn't have the chance to see the Misaka sisters one last time. Fortunately, Seito came to see them off and gave each of the Misaka sisters a custom-made frog ornament. The reason why it was custom-made was not only because it was made in the factory, but before he gave it to the Misaka sisters, Ito-sei had also inserted a special dormant nanomachine into each of the Yuta ornaments. This way they wouldn't have to worry about Alistair discovering anything, and they could also activate the nanomachine in the future and use it as a GPS system. Other than sending off the Misaka sisters, Seito also brought Takitsubu to see the soul of the underworld for a checkup. He also provided Takitsubu with a set of treatment plans. Since Takitsubu was only suffering from the aftereffects of using the AIM force field, she didn't have to stay in the hospital to recuperate. She could arrange for treatment at the hospital whenever she wanted. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, it was already September 8th. This is so boring. In Seito's dorm, Inticus was hugging Sphinx and rolling around on the floor while complaining to Seito, who was kneeling on the bed and watching the final episode of a TV show with great interest. You don't know? Although Misaka also felt a little lonely, she still said something that didn't match her heart. Final Akatsubo replied with her unique mouth quirk. What do you say we go look for Ah-chung? Inticus sat up abruptly and turned to Final Akatsubo. Ah-chung should be back by now. Misaka is very tempted by the suggestion, but she still kept her promise with Ah-chung and stayed at home to wait for him to come back. Final Akatsubo turned to look at the clock on the wall and said, Ah-chung still has to work part-time at the hospital after school. He can't be back so early, Inticus reminded her. Oh right. Misaka said with a sudden realization. Let's go look for Ah-chung, Inticus suggested again. All right. Misaka pretended to be hesitant to show her inner struggle, then agreed readily. Final Akatsubo said as she jumped off the bed and looked at Inticus. After living together for a week, Inticus had long gotten used to Final Akatsubo's strange mouth quirk. He didn't say anything and ran out with Final Akatsubo with Sphinx in his arms. However, the moment Inticus reached out to open the door, a Een shadow instantly enveloped Inticus and Final Akatsubo, who was following closely behind. Then, the Een shadow reached out and covered Inticus's mouth without any explanation and hugged him horizontally. When Seito comes back, give this envelope to him, the tall man who was holding Inticus hostage said as he handed a cowhide envelope to Final Akatsubo. Okay. Misaka answered nervously. Final Akatsubo said as she took the cowhide envelope. Seeing Final Akatsubo take the envelope, the man didn't stay any longer and immediately left Seito's dorm with Inticus. Not good, the little nun has been taken away. Misaka said anxiously. In the end, he ran to the door and looked at the back of the tall man with red hair and a black windbreaker and muttered to himself. We have to inform Ah-chung as soon as possible. Misaka decided. Then, he dashed out of the dormitory and closed the door. He took the envelope and rushed to the third medical hospital of a certain university that he had been staying at earlier. In the end, it took him more than 10 minutes to reach number 3 medical hospital and find Ito-sei, who was sitting in his office. This is bad, the little nun has been kidnapped. Misaka tried her best to wave her arms around to express the seriousness of this matter. Final Works waved her arms around as she spoke. Chapter 866. Inticus was taken away? Itose frowned when he heard that. He looked at the final piece of work and repeated, "Yes." Misaka nodded to confirm. Last work nodded to confirm that what he said was the truth. Today is September 8th. The Book of Magic Incident. Seito muttered as he recalled the plot and time. However, he was not sure if it was really the case. After all, he was the current administrator, not Kamiju Toma in the original work. He also did not know if the person who kidnapped Inticus was Steele in the original work or some other magician who had designs on the 103,000 magic book. Therefore, Seito asked last work again. Little Misaka, what did the person who took Inticus look like? Or did he leave anything behind? The man who took the little nun away was a tall man in a black coat. He had red hair and a tattoo that looked like a barcode. He was a southerner with a cigarette in his mouth. Misaka tried her best to gesture as she described to Ah Cheng in a serious manner. "This is the envelope that the man asked me to give you." Misaka handed it to Ah Cheng. Last work said as he handed the leather envelope to Seito. "Looks like he's definitely Steele." Seito thought as he took the envelope. Then, he tore open the envelope and poured out the content. In an instant, an approved exit permit and a note appeared in Seito's hand. "I'm waiting for you outside Academy City," the note said. "What should we do?" Misaka asked out of concern. Last work looked at Seito and said, "It's fine. I know the person who kidnapped Inticus. I'll go and bring her back now," Seito said as he crushed the note with his telekinesis and threw it into the trash can not far away. "But before we go find Inticus, we need to find a guardian for you. I don't want to leave you alone in the dorm," Seito said as he looked at last work. "I can do it alone." Misaka will try his best. "No, it's too dangerous for you to stay at home alone. I don't want to worry," Seito refused firmly. Misaka lowered her head dejectedly. She wanted to gain Ah Cheng's sympathy. "Let's go," Seito said as he took off his white coat and put away the exit permit. He held Last Work's little hand. Then, he took her away from the third medical hospital of a certain university and walked to Haruki Miyama's apartment. He temporarily handed the final work over to Haruki Miyama, who was currently idling at home. At the same time, he also told Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, who were temporarily staying at Haru Miyama's apartment to protect Last Work. Then, he said goodbye to Haru Miyama and the others and took the tram to the southern gate of Academy City. School District 7 was the second largest school district in Academy City, second only to School District 23. It was located in the southern part of Academy City. It was surrounded by school districts 1, 8, 5, 9, 18, 15, 22, 2, and 10. The closest exit to School District 7 was the southern gate of Academy City. He only needed to pass through School District 10 to reach it. So, after 40 minutes or so, Seito finally arrived at the southern gate of Academy City. Obviously, Steele had obtained the exit permit from the higher-ups of Academy City and handed it over to the guard. Then, he left Academy City without any hindrance and walked towards the location indicated on the note. The reason why they had to walk was because for the sake of Academy City's safety, there weren't any commuter routes that led directly to Academy City's main entrance, so whether it was leaving Academy City or entering Academy City for various reasons, they would have to walk a long distance. After walking like this for a while, Seito met a young nun in front of a bus stop. Her entire body was wrapped in a pitch-black nun's habit, only her round white face was exposed. Asola Aquina. It seems that although it took me some time to send Last Work to Haru Miyama's place, it's still not that much slower compared to the original work's walk back to the dormitory and the news from Tsuchimikado Takashi. Seito thought to himself as he looked at Asola. "Sorry. Just as Sei Ito was observing Asola, Asola suddenly turned around with her hands clasped in front of her, as if she was praying. She spoke to Sei Ito in a very humble tone in Japanese. I'm sorry to disturb your precious time, but if I want to go to Academy City, can I take this bus? No, there's no bus to Academy City. Sei Ito glanced at Asola's voluptuous breasts that were hidden under the nun's habit. Asola asked in confusion. Academy City is not connected to the public transportation system, so there's no way to get there by bus or tram. Only those who have signed a contract with Academy City can enter Academy City by bus. Sei Ito explained. So, under normal circumstances, the only way to Academy City is to walk. I see, so that's why you're leaving Academy City by foot? Asola said with a look of realization. At this time, a very shabby-looking bus that had been in use for many years came from afar. In short, there's no way to get to Academy City by bus. If you have a permit, you can just walk to the entrance. It'll only take about 7 to 8 minutes. Sei Ito reminded her. Thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to guide me. Asola bowed and thanked Sei Ito when she saw the bus. She then turned around and got on the bus without hesitation. Hey, didn't I just tell you that you can't take the bus? Why are you still getting on? Sei Ito, who had finally seen how clueless Asola was, said with a speechless look. Ah yes, you're right. Asola, who had just stepped on the first step, pinched the hem of her nun's habit and got off the bus. I just said that Academy City is not connected to the public transportation system, so there's no way to get there by bus or tram. If you want to enter Academy City, you can just walk to the entrance. Understand? Sei Ito explained again. You did say that. I'm really sorry for troubling you so many times. Asola nodded and thanked Sei Ito with a bitter smile. She then turned around and got on the bus without hesitation. Sei Ito sighed helplessly when he saw this. He walked up to Asola, hugged her waist from behind, and carried her off the bus. He then turned to the impatient driver and said, I'm sorry, please drive away. She's not getting on the bus. The driver didn't say anything. He pressed the button to close the door, started the engine, and drove away from the bus stop. Looks like you have something very serious on your mind, Sei Ito said to Asola after he let her go. Yes, a little. Asola was stunned when she heard that. She then nodded and admitted honestly. I think so too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ignored my explanation twice and even wanted to get on the bus. Sei Ito curled his lips. I'm really sorry for the trouble. Asola placed her hands on her lower abdomen and bowed to Sei Ito. Don't be like this. I didn't help you much. Sei Ito moved away from Asola's bow. He then looked at Asola, who straightened her back and asked, By the way, Ms. Nun, do you want to enter Academy City? Asola nodded and admitted that she did want to enter Academy City. Do you have a pass issued by Academy City? Sei Ito asked. Pass? Asola repeated with a confused look. She then asked Sei Ito, Excuse me, how can I get a pass? Normal people can't get it. Only the students' relatives and the people who transport goods and supplies can get it. Also, they have to be approved in advance. Sei Ito shook his head and explained. Then I can only give up. Asola lowered her head and said dejectedly. Obviously, she didn't have to enter Academy City. So, why do you want to enter Academy City? Sei Ito took the opportunity to ask. Actually, I'm being hunted down. Asola didn't care if what she said was true or not. She was still very honest, or rather, she followed one of the doctrines she believed in and gave a straightforward answer. Hunted down? Sei Ito repeated with a surprised look on his face. Yes, it's a bit complicated to explain, but I'm currently on a mad run for my life. I heard that the church's forces can't enter Academy City, so I'm trying to hide inside Academy City, Asola explained to herself. The church? Don't tell me it has something to do with magicians? Itose changed the topic to magicians. Huh? How do you know about the existence of the magicians? Asola looked at Seito in surprise and asked. It seems like that's the case. Seito sighed and continued, but if you're really being hunted down, hiding in Academy City isn't necessarily safe. There are magicians breaking into Academy City and causing trouble all day long. Then what should I do? Asola said with a sad expression, as if she was about to cry. Chapter 867. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato and Nickfany for their tip. Alright, if you really don't have any other ideas, just come with me. Maybe you'll find something unexpected. Seito sighed as he looked at Asola, who was about to cry. Huh! Asola was confused when she heard Shien's words. For some reason that I don't know, someone I know has been kidnapped by a sorcerer. Although I've met the sorcerer twice. Seito shrugged helplessly. I'm going to meet the sorcerer at the designated location to find out what's going on. You can come with me. So you're in the same situation as me. You're in danger, Asola said with a look of realization. I'm not sure whether it's dangerous or not, but if that guy really dares to do it, I don't mind letting that guy taste the taste of failure like before. Itose's expression was a little fierce as he said in a low voice. You've fought a sorcerer before? Asola looked at Seito in surprise. Well, it hasn't been peaceful for the past 1.5 months, Seito said with an indifferent look on his face. Then, he looked up at the sky that was glowing with a faint red sunset glow. Then, he looked back at Asola and said, It's getting late. Let's go. Okay. Asola agreed since she couldn't think of a better place to go. Then, Seito and Asola walked side by side to the Bo Ming Theater ruins. Speaking of which, if Asola really escaped into Snow Garden City, things will get complicated, Steele said with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. It's just a possibility. Let's hope Asola isn't panicking to the point where she loses her basic judgment. Anyway, how long will it take for you to get in touch with Academy City? Find out if Asola is in Academy City or not. Opposite Steele was a woman about the same height as Inticus, about 1.5 meters tall. She was petite and had a flat chest. Her waist was very slender, and she wore a black nun's habit that looked like a miniskirt when the hem was removed. On her feet was a pair of sandals with a thickness of 30 centimeters that could be freely removed. Her face was round, and her pupils were the color of lemon tea. The nun, who looked to be around 14 or 15 years old, said, This matter can't be solved with just a phone call. I have to contact St. George's Cathedral first, and then contact Academy City through St. George's Cathedral. Even if it's an emergency, I'm afraid it'll take 7 to 10 minutes. If he wanted to obtain permission to invade Academy City, it would be even more troublesome. Of course, from a technical point of view, it wasn't impossible to sneak in, but from the standpoint of the government it was impossible. It's best to avoid it as much as possible. Steele took the cigarette out of his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke as he shook his head. In short, please confirm it first. The sooner the better, the little nun said, but before she could finish her sentence, her body stiffened. What's wrong? What happened? Steele noticed something was wrong with the little sister as he spoke. He followed her line of sight and instantly froze on the spot. Then, he saw the entrance of the ruins that Steele and the little nun were looking at. A man in casual clothes and a nun in the same style as the little nuns, except that the hem was not removed. Her entire body was wrapped in the black nun's habit, only her face and hands were exposed as they walked in side by side. It's Ah Ching, Indicus, who also looked at the entrance because of Steele and the little nun's actions, said. Asola Aquina? The little nun with the thick sandals said in shock. However, as soon as their words subsided, Seito, who was beside Asola, suddenly vanished. Before Asola, the little nun, Indicus, and Steel could react, Seito suddenly appeared in front of Steel and punched him hard on the face. Bang! Steel, who had never learned much close-range combat skills, was sent tumbling away. After flying 2 meters away, he landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a big cloud of dust. It seemed like Seito had held back. Otherwise, with his full power, Steel would have been sent flying. Even Steel's head might not be able to grow out of his body as well as it was now. Who are you? The little nun only came back to her senses when she heard a loud thud. She looked nervously at Seito, who had suddenly appeared between her and Indicus. After hearing the little nun's question, the other nuns in the Bo Ming Theater ruins immediately picked up their weapons and surrounded Seito, Indicus, and the little nun, including Asola, who was not far away. It looked like they were going to attack Seito the moment the little nun gave the order. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone, stop. Steel, who was sent flying by Seito's punch, climbed up from the ground. He pinched his chin and spoke to stop the situation that seemed to be about to erupt. However, the nuns were not his men. He could only slow down the situation, but he did not have the authority to order them to put down their weapons. How ruthless, Steel said as he slowly walked into the circle of nuns. If it wasn't for the fact that Indicus is still in one piece, I promise that cigarette will be the last thing you'll experience in your life. Seito looked at the little nun in front of him and said without turning his head, "Tell me, why did you go through so much trouble to play a kidnapping game for me? Also, what's up with these nuns?" Seito asked with a frown, completely ignoring Steel's stiff expression. With the previous punch and the words that followed, Steel dared not act too arrogantly. He honestly told Seito the purpose of his visit. "I called you here because I hope you can help us find someone. Also, this is the person in charge of this incident, Yanis Santis of the Roman Orthodox Church." Hello, the little nun named Yanis greeted Seito with a bow. "Hello," Seito returned the greeting with a calm expression. "Like I said, the reason I called you here is to ask you to help me find someone. Although there are already 250 people searching everywhere, there is still no news. This matter is quite urgent. It concerns the safety of a person's life, so I hope you can provide assistance as soon as possible," Steel continued after Seito and Yanis greeted each other. "Looking at the way you've gathered so many people and the composition of the people here, the person you're looking for is obviously a magician. Why are you looking for someone like me who is obviously not related to you? You're still trying to pin me down with the safety of a person's life? Do you think I'm that hot-blooded idiot Dama?" Seito's gaze swept across the nuns' faces and sneered. "Well, you don't have to think so much. Just hand over that nun over there to us." Steel pointed at Asola, who hadn't said a word since they arrived and was calmly looking at everything in front of her. "That nun is the person we're looking for. Her name is Asola Aquina." He put down his arm and took out another cigarette. "Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your help. You can go back now, Seito." Unknowingly, Steel's tone had returned to its usual irritating tone. "Are you messing with me?" Seito narrowed his eyes and stared into Steel's eyes. "Anyway, just hand her over to Yanis. You don't have to worry about anything else," Steel frowned and said with an impatient expression. Seito didn't say anything when he saw Steel's reaction. He stepped in front of Steel and punched him in the stomach. Steel, who was hit hard in the stomach, immediately hugged his stomach with both hands and fell forward. Seito didn't stop there. He grabbed Steel's head with his left hand and continued to press it down. At the same time, he bent his knee and raised his leg. His knee landed heavily on Steel's face. Crack! In an instant, a crisp sound rang out, and Steel's nose immediately caved in. A stream of blood flowed out uncontrollably from Steel's nose. Then, the leg that landed on Steele's stomach suddenly straightened like a bent spring. It kicked Steele's stomach and sent him flying like a cannonball. He only stopped when he hit the wall at the side of a Bo Ming theater. He slowly slid to the ground and stirred up a small cloud of dust. Ito's series of attacks were too fast. He didn't give the others any time to react. It wasn't until Steele fell to the ground with a swollen face that Indix, Yanis, and Asura finally reacted. "Ah Cheng," Indix called out, not knowing what to do. "I'm not a pushover. I don't have a good temper to entertain you. This lesson is just a warning. If you use this kind of trick again, I won't care who you are. I'll send you to meet your god." Ito looked at Steele, whose face was filled with anger and pain. He didn't use any magic to counterattack. Ito turned around and grabbed Indix's hand. "Let's go, Indix." After that, he pulled Indix out of Bo Ming Theater. Perhaps Indix didn't expect Ito to explode, so he didn't say anything. He obediently followed Ito out. Can you take me with you?" Just when Ito and Indix passed by Asura, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. "I advise you not to make any rash decisions. If you don't do it right, you'll be dragged into a huge whirlpool. Your LV5 ability isn't enough." Before Ito could say anything, Steele, who was covering his nose with his left hand and supporting himself on the wall with his right hand, reminded him, "Because of your choice, the upper echelons of the British Puritan Church might even summon Indix back. Are you sure you can afford to pay such a price?" Hearing Steele's words, Indix and Asura's eyes fell on Ito. However, Indix's eyes were filled with nervousness and a little bit of fear, while Asura's eyes were filled with sadness and a little bit of hope. "That's right. If you take Asura with you, you'll be the enemy of the Roman Orthodox Church. We won't let you get away with it," Yanis added in order to increase the pressure. "Don't forget, you're LV5 Esper of Academy City. If you have a conflict with the Roman Orthodox Church, the meaning behind it won't be as simple as it seems. It might be the trigger that ignites World War III. So you need to think carefully before you make a decision," Steele said on the side. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Ito. "There's no need to think about it. We'll take Asura back." At this moment, a male voice suddenly sounded above the ruins of the Bomingswa Grand Theater. Ito, Asura, Indix, Steele, Yanis, and the many nuns she led raised their heads and looked at the sky. A paper lantern the size of a tennis ball hovered about 6 to 7 meters above everyone's head. As the surface of the paper lantern trembled slightly, sounds continuously came from within the paper lantern. "Asola Aquinas, I believe you know that instead of returning to the Roman Orthodox Church, why don't you stay with us? That way you can live a more meaningful life." At the next moment, a sharp swishing sound was heard as a sword appeared on the ground between Asola and Ito. Before the others could react, another 2 swords appeared beside Asola's feet. Together with the previous sword, they quickly moved in a straight line on the ground. The 3 swords moved in unison and formed an equilateral triangle on the ground with Asola in the center. "Ah!" Asola suddenly let out a cry that was filled with fear and confusion. The triangular ground beneath her feet disappeared into the pitch-black, abyss-like void. "Amakusa form!" Agnes reflexively reached out to grab Asola as she yelled. However, it was all too late. Asola had already vanished into the void. I knew that as long as I followed the commander of the Roman Orthodox Church, no matter where Orsola Aquina escaped to or who caught her, she would be brought here in the end. After hiding underground for so long, there's finally a price to pay. The outer wall of the lantern trembled slightly, and the male voice sounded again. "Damn it!" Yanis walked to the edge of the hole and looked down at the pitch-black sewer. She shouted unwillingly. Then, she turned to Ito and shouted, "It's all your fault." Chapter 868. Before Seito could say anything, Index had already retorted angrily. Who is the one who caused this? Is it Ah Cheng? Even if Ah Cheng is the culprit, why didn't anyone from the Roman Orthodox Church notice the situation just now? Also, the person who took Ah Sola just now said that they followed you all here. In other words, the cause of Ah Sola's disappearance is all because of you, not Ah Cheng. Index said as he stared at Agnes like a mother cat protecting its cub. You! Agnes, who was rendered speechless by the question, pointed at Inticus angrily, but couldn't say a single word. In any case, he has to bear some responsibility for Asola's disappearance. I will report the situation here to the church as it is. Agnes ended the interrogation with an arrogant attitude. Then, she ignored Seito and Index and turned around to assign a search mission to the nuns under her. Under Janice's arrangement, the nuns in black nuns' robes were divided into several groups. Some of them took out their weapons and jumped into the sewers through the triangular gap in the ground to trace the traces left behind by the other party. Some of them took out paper, pens, and maps to write and draw according to the stars in the sky. Some of them learned their lesson and walked to the side to be on guard. Some of them saw that it was already late and started to cook and set up tents on the side. Tell me more about the woman named Asola, Ito said in a commanding tone to Steele, who had walked to his side. Although Steele was very unhappy with Seito and even hated him, he knew that he couldn't do anything to Seito at such a close distance. He had no choice but to tell the truth about Asola's situation. This matter starts from the Book of Law. The so-called Book of Law was said to be a book of witchcraft written with a secret code that no one in the world could decipher. The contents of the book were very precious. As long as one could decipher it, they would obtain extremely powerful strength. Now, a girl had finally figured out how to decipher this book of witchcraft. However, the Tamakasa-style Church of the Cross snatched the Book of Law from the Roman Orthodox Church. The girl who knew how to decipher it, Asola Aquinas. She had escaped during the struggle between the Tamakasa-style Church and the Roman Orthodox Church. As for the Book of Law, its whereabouts was still unknown, but it was very likely that it had fallen into the hands of the Tamakasa-style Church. You can't decipher it either? Seito turned to ask Index. I can't. I've tried, but it's completely different from the usual secret code. Index shook his head. Seito nodded and didn't ask any more questions. It's said that the spells recorded in the Book of Laws are too powerful. Once they're used, this world dominated by the cross religion will face the end of the world, regardless of whether this legend was true or not. In short, it would be best if this book could be sealed forever. There is even a school of thought that those who have read this book will be able to freely use angelic spells that are beyond the limits of human beings. Steele continued when he saw that Ito-sei and Inticus had finished their conversation. At this time, with the help of the Roman Orthodox nuns, Steele had lifted the bridge of his nose again and performed a simple treatment with healing magic. Although it couldn't be said to be completely healed, it no longer affected his breathing, speech, movement, and smoking. Of course, Steele still had to endure some pain. Steele glanced at Seito beside him and said in a mocking tone, "Perhaps you, who don't have any religious beliefs, can't imagine what an angel is like. It seems like you want your nose to be treated again, or you want other parts of your body to enjoy the same treatment." Seito didn't even look at Steele as he said calmly. Steele's expression froze when he heard Seito's words. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but he didn't refute it. Obviously, he didn't want his body to be hurt again. But because of this, Steele lost interest in continuing to talk about the Book of Law. He walked to the side, lit a cigarette, and smoked in a rather lonely manner. Seito glanced at Steele and ignored him. He pulled Index to the side and found a relatively clean spot to sit down and wait. After a while, Yanis, who had finished assigning tasks, walked in front of Seito and Index in her sandals. At the same time, Steele threw away the cigarette in his hand and stepped on it. He slowly walked to the side of the three and stood still. Because of the previous small conflict, Yanis was no longer as nervous as when she first met Itose, so she didn't fall down due to nervousness in the original work and clamped the upper bar between her thighs. She started a conversation with him very smoothly. I will now explain the Book of Law, Asola Aquinas, and the Amakusa clan's movements, as well as our future actions, Yanis said to Ito and the other two in front of her. Currently, we can confirm that Asola Aquinas has fallen into the hands of the Amakusa clan. As for the whereabouts of the Book of Law, I'm afraid it's not far from the truth. This time, the number of Amakusa clan members who are hostile to us is about 50. They used the sewers to escape during the day, but I don't think they're still in the sewers. In other words, there are no clear clues at all? Indix looked at Yanis in a bad mood. Yes. Although we tried to use the traces of magic left behind to track the Amakusa clan's whereabouts, it wasn't very successful. As expected of a cult with enhanced concealment, the Amakusa clan's forlorn cult. Yanis nodded and admitted straightforwardly. Then, as if she didn't want Indix to look down on her, she praised the enemy's methods. But we have another group of people who have already set up an encirclement nearby. We might be able to find something, Yanis continued. What's the scale of the encirclement? Seito asked. With this place as the center, a 10-kilometer radius. It includes 132 roads and 43 sewers. With our manpower, it's not difficult to set up such an encirclement, Yanis said with a proud expression. In short, once the Amakusa clan members attempt to bring the Book of Law and Asola Aquinas back to their headquarters, they will be discovered by our encirclement. According to the information we have, the Amakusa clan's headquarters is in Kyushu. Unfortunately, we can't determine the accuracy of this information. Also, if they don't intend to break through the encirclement and instead force Asola to read the book, things will be much more troublesome. There's no need to worry about that. I believe Asola isn't so stupid that she doesn't know how to resist mind-reading magic. Also, if they want to use force, the location isn't suitable, Steele, who had a cigarette in his mouth at some point, said calmly. For them, there are too many enemies nearby. They won't be able to do anything in peace. Interrogating Asola, obtaining the method to read the book, and creating a modified version of the Book of Law aren't things that can be done in a day. If he wanted to break through the captive's mental defenses and obtain information without letting the captive commit suicide, the best way was to interrogate the captive using fatigue bombing type or sleep interference type without directly touching the captive. However, it will take at least a week to do so. Not sleeping for a day or two isn't considered torture at all. If they don't sleep for more than 120 hours, their rationality will start to crumble. Even so, it's better to find Asola as soon as possible, Yanis replied. In order to finish things as soon as possible, Ito couldn't help but remind her, your assumptions are all based on the fact that she can't escape the encirclement. What if she has a way to escape? How is that possible? Yanis refuted in an uncertain tone. So there really is such a spell, Inticus suddenly chimed in. Instantly, Yanis couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This is a magic that can only be used in Japan. To put it simply, there are special spaces called vortex points all over Japan. As long as you use map magic, you'll be able to move freely between vortex points, Inticus continued. It's Nengshongjing's map of Japan's coastal areas? Steele seemed to have thought of something and said with a sour expression. Ito wasn't a fool. Although he didn't know who Nengshongjing was, Ito didn't care about Nengshongjing's background. He sat quietly on the side and listened to Indix and Steele and Yanis, who were listening to Indix explain the principles of map magic. After receiving Indix's reminder, Yanis immediately ordered her subordinates to change some of their previous arrangements and search for traces of Amakusa style and Asola Aquina in a new way. Soon, Yanis' subordinates found two people who seemed to be members of Amakusa style at a location calculated by Indic. However, because the vortex point happened to be a shop that was still open, it would be easy to alert the enemy if they sent people to investigate. Therefore, after some calculations by Indix and confirming the time to use map magic again, Yanis decided to officially launch an attack on Amakusa style at 11 o'clock at night to take back Asola. Because the operation was to be carried out at night, Yanis, who was afraid that they wouldn't have enough experience, rearranged the mission so that the nuns could take turns to rest. Compared to the trouble Yanis and her subordinates were in, they were completely fine. Seito, Indix, and Steel, who were waiting for the final battle, first enjoyed the food prepared by the nuns, then found a tent and went to rest. Chapter 869. But before Seito could lie down for long, a female scream suddenly echoed in the night sky. Seito and Steel, who heard the scream, got up from their beds and ran out of the tent one after another. They rushed in the direction of the sound. But before the two of them reached the tent where the sound came from, a naked, white, petite body suddenly ran out of the tent. Seeing this, Seito, who completely understood what was going on, immediately stopped, turned around, and ran back to the tent where he lived. As for Steel, he ran back to the tent in embarrassment under the angry glare of the Roman Orthodox nuns who had recovered from their shock. However, at this time, in addition to the injuries on Steel's face caused by Seito, there were a lot of new bruises. But the absurd thing did not end there. Not long after Seito fell asleep, a figure suddenly broke into the tent where Seito was sleeping. Under the vigilant gaze of Seito, the figure lifted the blanket covering Seito's body in a daze and crawled under the blanket. Then, as if she was climbing, she climbed onto Seito's chest and rested her head on Seito's chest. Her arms tightly hugged Seito's body, revealing a satisfied look. TSK, there are also times when someone crawls onto our bed. He slightly raised his head and looked at Yanis, who was lying on his chest. She was only wearing a white lace bra and a small pair of underwear tied with a bow on both sides. But Seito knew that Inticus, who also had the habit of crawling onto people's beds, would soon arrive. So in order to avoid being bitten, Seito quickly and gently prepared to move Yanis away from his body. However, Yanis seemed to have recognized Seito's embrace. No matter how Seito moved, her hands would tightly hug Seito's body. Unless Seito decided to wake her up. Otherwise, it was basically impossible for him to move Yanis away from his body. However, at this moment, Inticus lifted the curtain of the tent with a confused look on his face, and walked into the tent. He happened to see Seito, who had his arms around Yanis. Seeing this, Seito did not dare to hesitate. He immediately activated psychokinesis and wrapped Inticus's body. He pulled her to his side and forcefully held her in his arms. He closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Although Inticus was a little shocked and blushed because of Seito's actions, he didn't want to let it go just like that. He opened his mouth and bit Seito's chest. Seito, who knew that he was in the wrong, did not resist. He endured the pain from the sharp teeth that seemed to have the ability to break through defense. He hugged Inticus and pretended to be asleep on the bed. After biting for a long time, Inticus didn't see any reaction from Ito Seiji. Perhaps he gave up or something else. He slowly opened his mouth and fell asleep in Ito Seiji's arms. Phew! Only then did Seito let out a long breath and relax. He then ignored the two girls in his arms, who had already surpassed the age of Loli. However, the girl whose body was still lowly closed her eyes and rested for real. A few hours later, around 10:30 p.m., Yanis and Inticus woke up at the same time following the call of a nun. Of course, Seito also woke up. As for Steele, who was the third wheel, he had already woken up and left the tent more than half an hour ago. After waking up, Agnes, who suddenly felt that she was in someone's arms, raised her head and looked up. After seeing Ito Seiji's face, she screamed and immediately fainted. Ah Cheng, Inticus, who had crawled up from Seito's arms, called out in a low voice. Then, without waiting for Seito, who had just let go of Yanis, to react, Inticus immediately opened his mouth and bit down on Seito's face. How could one's face be disfigured so easily? Therefore, Seito dodged to the side almost without thinking, dodging Inticus's bite. Instantly, a chi-chi. With a crisp sound, Inticus's tiger bite missed. Then, his slightly closed lips gently touched Seito's cheek, making it seem as if Inticus was taking the initiative to kiss Seito. Feeling the touch on his lips, Inticus immediately blushed like an ordinary girl. Feeling that this was a rare opportunity, Seito saw it. He immediately turned his head to look at Inticus, and before she could react, he kissed Inticus on the lip. In an instant, Inticus's face became as red as a ripe apple. Then, like a frightened rabbit, she jumped away from Seito. She turned around and ran out of the tent. Phew, it's finally done. Seito sighed softly when he saw this. Then, he sat up straight and gently patted Yanis awake. Then, he got up and walked out of the tent, leaving Yanis alone for her to wear. After a short while, Yanis, who had returned to her nun attire, walked out of the tent. After giving some orders to the nuns under her, she led about 50 combat nuns, Seito, Steele, and Inticus, who was still a little shy and had not fully recovered to his normal state, to the Vortex Point Parallel Dessert Park. The Parallel Dessert Park was not a so-called dessert shop. Instead, it was a large amusement park that covered a large area and had complete facilities. At this moment, it appeared in front of Seito and the others in a pitch-black and deathly silent state. Seito and Inticus looked at each other. Then, Inticus squatted down and wrote on the ground with a small piece of gravel in his hand. He was also calculating something with the Book of Witchcraft in his mind. We have already discovered the whereabouts of the main force of the Amakasu style in the Parallel Dessert Park, but we still haven't found the whereabouts of the Book of Witchcraft and Asola. Although the possibility is very low, this might be a trick to create a diversion. Therefore, I can't remove the encirclement or recall the other patrolling troop. We can only fight with the manpower we have now. Yanis, who was wearing soft wooden sandals with a thickness of 30 centimeters, walked to the front of everyone with crisp footsteps. She was no longer confused like before, and her expression was firm and resolute. Seeing that no one had any questions, Yanis waved her arm and ordered, "Move!" As soon as her voice fell, the nuns standing behind and around her immediately spread out and surrounded the Parallel Dessert Park. They began to destroy the Vortex Point that was used by the Pilgrimage to Miniature Dessert Park spell. Itose, Inticus, and Steele didn't participate in this kind of large-scale work that required manpower. They just stayed aside and waited for the destruction to be completed. Then, they would cooperate with the Roman Orthodox Church's Janus and her nuns to attack the large number of Amakusa-style members that might be in the theme park. While waiting, the time quickly came to 11:28. There were still 2 minutes before the cooldown of Pilgrimage to Miniature Dessert Park would be over, and they could use the Vortex Point to move again. At this moment, a loud explosion sounded. The entrance of the Parallel Dessert Park that was used by ordinary people suddenly exploded. Red flames burned fiercely there, illuminating the area with a radius of more than 10 meters with the entrance as the center. But what was surprising was that, logically speaking, the explosion of such a huge explosion should have attracted the attention of ordinary people. But after half an hour, Not a single member of the Orthodox Church or any other suspicious person appeared in the vicinity. The entire place was still in a state of silence. They are really willing to do this, Seito looked at the entrance and said lightly. If they don't do this, they will lose in terms of momentum. Ah Chung, don't be careless later, Inticus reminded. It didn't cause any commotion. It seems like someone used a spell to disperse idlers and stereotype. However, I don't see the characteristics and habits of the Orthodox Church in these spells. It should be the spell used by the Amakusa style. It's really bad news for us that the Amakusa style has such power. Steele, who had a cigarette in his mouth all the time, first looked around and then said. However, with his absent-minded appearance, no one could tell that this was bad news for him. However, since Yanis's troops had already launched an attack, it meant that it was time for Seito and the others to enter the battlefield. Inticus carefully observed the environment of the parallel desert park. After confirming that there were no magic traps, he followed Seito and Steele into the park. It was 11:30 at night. It was really late at night. Except for one or two street lamps, the entire parallel desert park was pitch black. From afar, it even looked like a giant beast that had been lurking in the dark, waiting to devour people. At this time, Seito, Inticus, and Steele were walking on a huge circular road. There was a waterway in the middle, and the water was about 1.5 meters below the ground. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Many small shops were neatly arranged along the waterway. These shops were like street vendors. They only had a bar, and there was no space for customers to eat or drink. On the other side of the waterway was a square with many tables and chairs. It seemed like they were trying to lure customers there. At this moment, a few soft sounds of metal colliding sounded in the air. Then, 4 young men and women jumped down from the roof of a smoothie shop. They held weapons that were similar to Western rapiers and surrounded Seito, Inticus, and Steele. Seito didn't attack immediately. Instead, he grabbed Inticus's arm and pulled her behind him to protect her. A one-handed half-sword, a bastard sword, a boar's tooth sword, and a dresser sword. It seems like the people in this country are very fond of Western culture, Steele said helplessly as he looked at the weapons in the hands of the 4 young men and women. Chapter 870. P.S. Thank you to Zhang Xiaozhong for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Insect Kill Tudo, NXCX, and Nick Fanoftage for their tips. Seito didn't say anything. He gently pulled on Indix's arm to prevent her from getting separated from him. His eyes were fixed on the 4 boys and girls beside him, ready to attack at the right time. While Seito was silent, the 4 boys and girls split into 2 groups, separating Seito from Indix and Steve. Clearly, in their minds, no matter what kind of enemy they faced, 2 of them were enough to deal with it. Seeing this, Steve took out a stack of paper cards with a waterproof film on them and threw them on the ground. He then summoned his best magic, Flame Sword Elite Online Gaming. Steve reached into his pocket again and threw a cross necklace to Seito. This cross necklace was clearly different from the ones commonly seen on the market. Although I don't want to take this, Steve said unhappily. Pa, Seito casually caught the necklace in his hand. After glancing at it, he casually put it into his trouser pocket. At this moment, a girl wielding 2 swords, or rather, the ceremonial sword, suddenly stabbed towards Seito without saying anything. Seito didn't dodge. Instead, he activated a telekinetic barrier in front of him, blocking the 2 swords that were stabbing towards him. Then, he fiercely kicked forward, sending the girl's body flying. She crashed into a nearby building and knocked over the tables and chairs provided for guests to rest in. Only then did she stop. However, at this moment, the girl had already fainted from Seito's kick. Seeing what happened to their companion, the remaining 3 boys and girls were all furious. Then, they simultaneously attacked Sei Ito and Steve. This time, the other boy who was supposed to attack Steve cooperated with the girl who was attacking Sei Ito and attacked Sei Ito. Sei Ito still didn't show any signs of panic. A telekinetic barrier appeared on each of his hands, and he easily caught the two-handed sword and western rapier in his hands. Then, he exerted force in his arms. He fiercely threw the two sword-wielding boys and girls at Steve and the girl across from him. The girl who originally ignored the flame sword and was going to kill Steve in one hit panicked. She immediately stopped and pulled back her sword, dodging one of her companions who was flying towards her. As for the other one, she directly flew towards Steve. However, the expected situation didn't happen. The young lady who was thrown directly passed through Steele's body as his body trembled. Steele looked at Ito mockingly as he was pierced through. Then, he quickly turned into nothingness and disappeared before Sei Ito and the other's eyes. Sure enough, he is an unreliable guy, Ito said with a sarcastic tone. Then, with a thought, he summoned a dozen blurry transparent air bombs the size of ping-pong balls and shot them towards the three boys from the Amakusa style. As official members of the Amakusa Style Magic Association, their reactions weren't slow. They immediately rolled their bodies. They dodged the transparent air bombs by a hair's breadth. However, even though they dodged nimbly, Sei Ito's air bombs were even faster. Within a few seconds, they had nowhere to hide. They fainted, just like their companion. "Let's go," Sei Ito said to Indicus after dealing with the attackers. "Okay," Indicus replied. Then, the two of them continued to walk towards the depths of the parallel desert paradise as if they were outsiders. Not long after they walked, a slightly panicked figure appeared. A figure with a strange movement pattern rushed out from the side and crashed into Sei Ito's arms, who had been waiting for the figure to walk into the trap. "Asola?" Indicus looked at the figure in Sei Ito's arms. She was wearing a black nun's habit and a black nun's hat with a white edge. She wasn't wearing a nun's habit at all. Only her face and hands were exposed. At the same time, both of her hands were tied behind her back by a white band. Her mouth was covered with something that looked like a piece of tape, but there were strange words and symbols written on it. Hearing someone call her name, Asola, who was lying in Sei Ito's arms, raised her head instinctively. She looked at Sei Ito and Indicus. After realizing that the person hugging her was Sei Ito, Asola's face immediately showed an anxious expression. She shook her body desperately and made a series of unclear sounds with her throat. Asola didn't understand how seductive her actions were to Sei Ito, especially the pair of soft breasts that were pressed against Sei Ito's chest, which stimulated Sei Ito's senses constantly. "Don't move," Sei Ito quickly said. After hearing Sei Ito's words, Asola immediately became obedient. She looked at Sei Ito's top 100 beauties with a hopeful expression. "This is a silence spell, but it's a little different. It should be a modified version of the original silence spell by the Amakusa style and some Buddhist spells." Indicus, who had been looking at the tape-like object on Asola's lips ever since she appeared, explained. "Is there a way to undo it?" Sei Ito asked. "There is a way, but none of us here can use magic, so there's no way to destroy the spell," Indicus said with a regretful expression. "Tell me how to undo it, and I'll try to destroy it with my superpower," Sei Ito said with a slight frown. "Okay." Indicus nodded in agreement. He then took a step forward and stood in front of Asola, who was being supported by Ito. He reached out his hand and pointed at the different positions of the two characters on the tape on her lip. "You just need to destroy these 2 points from left to right." Ito, who carefully stared at the 2 positions, nodded. He then used his psychokinesis to forcibly compress a visible white air blade at the tip of his right index finger. It exuded a faint sense of sharpness. Then, he began to draw on the tape according to Indix's instructions. The tape used to seal Asola's mouth was a magical spell, but it was only a minor spell. Its defensive strength was not very high. Under Seito's cutting, the tape was cut into 2 halves. Soon, it split into 2 halves and fell from Asola's lip. Then, Itose walked to Asola's side and continued to use the air blades in his hands to cut off the white cloth that bound her arms. "Thank you," Asola, who had regained her freedom, said gratefully. She then looked up at Seito with a doubtful expression. Excuse me. Aren't you the Mr. I met at the bus stop?" "Why? Of course I'm here to save you," Seito replied matter-of-factly. Excuse me, are you really here to save me? It has nothing to do with the Book of Spells?" Asola asked in disbelief. "Why would I, a resident of Academy City, need something like that? I'm not a collector. I don't have the time to run all over the place for some ancient book." Seito curled his lip. Thank you so much for your kindness," Asola bowed to Seito. "Let's not waste time here. Let's leave before the Orthodox Church's nuns and ambassador-style people arrive. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble again. You saw what happened before, didn't you?" Seito said as he looked around. "Acheng, where do you plan to take her? Academy City?" Inticus looked at Seito with a serious expression. "I do plan to," Seito admitted without hesitation. "Have you thought about the consequences of bringing her back?" Inticus glanced at Asola and said, "She's now a wanted criminal of the Roman Orthodox Church, and based on the information she's in her possession, it's impossible for her to escape. Based on what she knows, she's someone that all the sects of the cross in the world must eliminate. If you bring her back to Academy City, it might cause new problems, such as the World War I mentioned before. Also, Acheng, have you ever thought that Academy City would allow you to bring Asura into the city?" Inticus continued to question him. For a moment the place fell silent. Only the occasional breeze in the summer night blew between Seito, Asola, and Inticus, causing their clothes to flutter. The breeze brought them some cool air. At this time, Itomori suddenly reached out his hands and grabbed Inticus and Asola. He quickly rushed into the shadow of a nearby building, then put his hands on their shoulders and hugged them tightly in his arms. He then leaned against the wall and hid there. Sure, there are pursuers. Just as Inticus, whose face had turned red, was about to throw a tantrum, Itose moved his head close to Inticus and Asola's ears and explained in a low voice. Feeling the warm breath blowing into their ears, Entertainment King Korea read the entire text. Asola and Inticus's faces turned slightly red at the same time. At the same time, a series of messy footsteps suddenly sounded not far away from the 3 of them. The footsteps gradually ran into the distance. "Phew, we finally dodged it," Seito exhaled softly. Then, he retracted his hands from their shoulders and placed them on the ground behind Inticus and Asola. Then, before Inticus could say anything, Seito looked at Asola, who was kneeling on the ground with a serious expression, and asked, "May I know what drove you to decipher the Book of Law?" Asola looked at Seito quietly for a while before she said, "In a way, it was also a desire to gain power. Do you know what the original codex of a grimoire is? Have you ever heard that the original codex cannot be destroyed by any means?" Asola asked. Seito pretended to be puzzled and shook his head. Then, he looked at Inticus. The so-called original codex level grimoire means that the words, paragraphs, and chapters recorded in the grimoire will turn into magic mark. They will absorb the weak energy released by the leylines or dragon leylines as a source of power. It's like an automatic magic array. Therefore, the most we can do is to seal it. We can't destroy it, Inticus began to explain without further ado. Yes. The so-called grimoire is actually a blueprint. The grimoire that records lightning magic is also a device that generates lightning. Especially the original codex level grimoire, even if it doesn't rely on human magic power, it can still amplify the small amount of energy released by ley lines or dragon ley lines to form a semi-permanent self-defense magic array, Asola explained in a more scientific way. With our current technology, we can't destroy the grimoire. At most, we can seal it and prevent anyone from reading it. However, we can't do it now, doesn't mean we can't do it in the future. Since the original codex is also a magic array, we can make it lose its effect by adding specific words or paragraph. It's like manipulating a switch to change the track of a train. We can use the magic array itself to destroy it. In other words, we can make the original codex self-destruct, Asola continued after a short pause. The power of the grimoire can't bring happiness to anyone. It will only bring war. That's why I did some research on the structure of the Book of Witchcraft, hoping to destroy these Book of Witchcraft. When she said this, her expression was very firm and her tone was resolute. Is that so? I understand. Seito looked at Asola thoughtfully and nodded. Then, he looked at Asola with a serious expression and asked, "Then, are you willing to take off your nun's robe, change your appearance, and disguise yourself as an ordinary person without any religious beliefs?" Asola turned to Itose with a perplexed expression upon hearing this, and asked in a perplexed tone, "What are you talking about?" "If you're willing to take off your nun's robe, change your appearance, and disguise yourself as an ordinary person without any religious beliefs, I can bring you into Academy City and ensure your safety," Seito said calmly as he looked into Asola's eyes. "Ah Cheng!" Inticus shouted angrily. Seito ignored Inticus's shouts. He stared at Asola without blinking, waiting for her decision. However, it seemed like the heavens of this magical forbidden world did not want things to go so smoothly. The sudden sound of a heavy object falling to the ground interrupted Asola's words and attracted the attention of Seito, Inticus, and Asola. On the ground, Steel, who was dressed in black, was covered in blood. He was lying on the ground in a sorry state. Blood was flowing out from the huge wound on his back. Then, the wall of a shop not far away from Seito seemed to swell and protrude outwards. The next moment, the wall suddenly exploded. At the same time, a black figure slowly walked out from the exploded wall. Under the illumination of the moonlight and starlight, Seito, Inticus, and Asola saw the figure's face. Chapter 871. The person was over 1.8 meters tall, around 25 years old, and had a skinny body. He wore a large t-shirt and jeans that would fit even a fat person. The t-shirt was white, but there were 2 red stripes on the right side of his chest, forming a cross. His hair was deliberately styled into a messy hairstyle, and it emitted a strange black luster like the shell of a stag. It was obvious that it was specially dyed. He wore a pair of basketball shoes with laces that were over a meter long, but for some reason, he never tied the laces. A leather-like rope hung around his neck, and 4 or 5 small electric fans with a diameter of about 10 centimeters were strung on the rope. The overall shape was as strange as it could get. But the most interesting thing was the thing in his hand. It was a 2-handed sword that originated from France in the 17th century, with a length of more than 180 centimeters. Its characteristic was that the blade was curved like a flame. It was said that the purpose of this design was to increase its lethality. Under normal circumstances, this sword should be made of iron. If it was used in a ceremony, there would be a layer of gold foil on the outside. But the flame sword in the opponent's hand was snow white. At first glance, it looked like a plastic model that had not been painted. As for what material it was made of, Seito, who had not personally touched it, could not make a judgment. The current acting pope of the Amakusa style, Jiangingzai. Seito walked out from his hiding place and sized up the appearance of the person. Finally, his gaze fell on the person's face. He narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself that the omnipotent idler could read the entire text. Seito, he is the culprit behind all of this. As long as we defeat him, we win. Hurry up and do it. When Steel saw Seito, it was as if he saw his savior, and he quickly shouted. However, Seito only glanced at Steel, who was trying to stand up with trembling legs. He did not attack Jiangingzai according to what Steel said. He acted as if he was an outsider. Why did I meet you here? Didn't I tell you many times? Asola Quina, we have no intention of harming you. After hearing Steel's words, Kengong glanced at Itosei before shifting his gaze to Asola behind Itosei and said in a frivolous tone, "The words you said to me back then. It was indeed full of hope. However, I cannot place my trust in peace that is built through violence." Asola first looked at the destroyed buildings around her, then at the injured Steel and the flame-shaped sword in Kengong's hand. She then looked at Kengong's and said, "What a pity. Even if you return to the Roman Orthodox Church, what's the point?" Jiangongzhai gently moved his right arm that was holding the sword and tilted his head to the left. He didn't assume a martial arts stance. There were no magic tools on his body, nor were there any hidden magic markings on his clothes. He was truly unarmed. Although I really don't want to fight with a layman, it seems like I have no choice, Jiangongzhai said as he looked at Seito. However, both Steel, who was lying on the ground, and Seito, who was standing there motionlessly, found his judgment funny. They didn't expect Jiangongzhai to think that Seito was a layman. However, for this kind of error in judgment, even if Steel and Ito Seiji didn't get along, they wouldn't say anything to remind their enemy, Kenyuzazi. "Inticus, stand aside with Asola," Seito smiled and said to Inticus and Asola beside him. "Ah Cheng, you have to be careful. The fighting style of Amakusa style is camouflage and deception. The effect of each attack isn't all real. There are also some cantrips mixed in to make up the numbers. Then, when the enemy isn't paying attention, you can release a powerful magic to deal a fatal blow to the enemy," Inticus said with a serious expression. "Got it. I'll be careful," Seito nodded in response. "Is that her? I didn't expect to see her here," Jiangongzhai said in a strange tone as he looked at Inticus. At this moment, Inticus and Asola walked to the side together and stood opposite of the other members of the Amakusa style. They gave the middle position to Seito and Jiangongzhai. "Originally, our main enemy was the Roman Orthodox Church. However, since the English Puritans also jumped into this mess, I can't just ignore it. Besides, I can't let Asola be taken away by you." Jiangongzhai waved his flaming sword above his head like a windmill. He looked at Seito and said calmly, "In short, you have become my target. If you're willing to kneel down and surrender, I can spare you some blood." "You got two things wrong," Seito looked at Jiangongzhai calmly and said. Then, he continued, "First, I'm not from the English Puritans, and of course, I'm not from the Roman Orthodox Church. I don't belong to any faction. Second, I'm not a layman like you said." Before his voice fell, Ito-sei's figure suddenly appeared in front of Kenyuzaiji, waving his hand and chopping at Kenyuzaiji's neck, whose pupils suddenly shrank. Kengongzai's upper body fell back and dodged the sharp palm blade. At the same time, he waved the flame-shaped sword in his hand and chopped down at Ito-sei from top to bottom. This slash was not a normal slash. It was a wind elemental spell slash. Whoosh! In an instant, a gust of invisible wind slashed out in front of the character Jianghongzhai, cutting a 4 to 5 centimeters deep, 15 to 6 centimeters wide, and 2 meters long thick dent on the cement ground. However, the expected scene did not appear in the eyes of the word, because Ito-sei, who was originally on the attack route, had completely disappeared in front of the word's eyes at this time. "A gentleman in a red building. Watch out!" Jiangongzhai's subordinates suddenly warned him. At the same time, a sense of extreme danger rose from the bottom of his heart and forced him to follow his instincts. He turned around and blocked with his flaming sword. Bang! In an instant there was a muffled sound, and Jian Gongzhai's body shot out like a cannonball, slamming into the wall of a nearby building, creating a huge hole in the wall. Acting Pope! The members of the Amakusa group shouted anxiously. At this moment, Seito waved his arms and used psychokinesis to create more than 10 wind blades that shot toward Jian Gongzhai's building. In the next moment, a whistling sound was heard. With a gust of wind, a whirlwind suddenly rushed out from the collapsed walls of the building, throwing the broken bricks on the ground away and blocking the incoming wind blades outside of the whirlwind. Then, the whirlwind dissipated, and an invisible air wave flew straight toward Seito. Although he couldn't see the appearance of the air wave and its path of travel, Ito-sei, who was able to capture the changes in the surrounding information with his spiritual perception, waved his hands again and used wind blades to meet the attack of Wu Xing Bang. In an instant, an explosion was heard. A large cloud of white mist appeared between Seito and Jian Gongzhai's character, and quickly dissipated. Taking advantage of this short opportunity, Ito-sei sped up, broke through the fog, and appeared in front of Kenmyuzai. When Kenmyuzai subconsciously reacted, Ito-sei suddenly squatted down, creating the illusion that Ito-sei had suddenly disappeared. At the moment when Kenmyuzai paused, Ito-sei suddenly stood up and punched Kenmyuzai's chin with the most ordinary uppercut that had become powerful after the enhancement of psychokinesis. Bang! Amidst the loud sound, Jian Gongzhai's body was thrown high into the air. However, Ito-sei's attack did not end there. When Kenmyu Sajuku was sent flying by the uppercut, Ito-sei suddenly raised his hand and slammed it on Kenmyu Sajuku's abdomen, causing him to fall to the ground at a speed faster than he was sent flying. Plop! The thin but muscular body hit the ground and made a dull sound. He actually knew how to use a defensive barrier in that situation. As expected of the guy who can be the acting pope of the Amakusa style. Looking at Jian Gongzhai, who had completely fainted on the ground, Seito thought to himself. He recalled the strange feeling when he hit Jian Gongzhai's body twice. Stop! Just when Seito leaned over and mentioned Jian Gongzhai, a cute girl with a majestic building on her chest and shoulder-length black hair shouted. This is Wuha, right? Seito looked at the source of the voice and thought to himself. I only want to catch the main culprit. I'm not interested in the others. Seito looked at Wuha's chest for a moment before he retracted his gaze. He then leaned over and picked up Jian Gongzhai again. Then, he dragged the unconscious Jian Gongzhai and slowly walked towards Indix, Asola, and the injured Steel. Wuha, let's drag him out first. We'll find a chance to save the acting pope, a female member of the Amakusa style beside Wuha said softly as she reached out and grabbed Wuha's arm. Then, Wuha glanced at Seito again before he disappeared into the night street of the parallel desert paradise with his companions. You've done well. As long as you hand Asola over to the Roman Orthodox Church, this matter will be over. Even though he was injured, Steel still didn't forget to smoke as he looked at Seito's flame-shaped sword and Jian Gongzhai, who was dragged over by him. Hearing Steel's words, Asola's shoulders trembled slightly, but she didn't say anything. She still stood beside Indix with a calm expression. While Asola was silent, Seito's voice sounded in her ears again. What I said before still stands. Chapter 872. What do you mean? Steel asked with a frown, sensing that Seito was implying something. However, Seito did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he looked at Asola and waited for her reply. However, for some reason, Asola hesitated again. She did not immediately answer Seito. Instead, she stood there silently with her eyes lowered. Seito did not force the issue. He shrugged and tossed the word, Construction Palace Jai, and the flaming sword in front of Steel. Then, he walked to the side of the stairs and sat down, waiting for the situation to develop further. At this time, Steel was still angry about Itosei's words, but it would be best if he didn't cause any more trouble. Therefore, he silently bent down and picked up the words and the flame-shaped sword on the ground. He walked to a wall not far away and stopped, then put the words and the flame-shaped sword back on the ground. However, the Construction Palace Jai was now sitting cross-legged instead of lying unconscious. Then, Steel took out a stack of runes made from cardboard cards with waterproof membranes. He stuck them all over the Jian Gong Jai character's body in a special arrangement and tied up the Jian Gong Jai character. This was a type of confinement technique that combined with the characteristics of a barrier. As long as the word palace building moved slightly, it would activate the runes on the body, forming a high-temperature flame to burn. That kind of situation was definitely not something that normal people would want to enjoy. "Ah Ching, are you all right?" Indicus, who was running to Sei Ito's side, asked worriedly when Steel went to the word Construction Palace Jai. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Sei Ito looked up at Indicus and comforted her with a smile. "You saw the battle just now. That person didn't even touch me, right?" "That's good," Indicus said with a sigh of relief. Then, she changed the topic and continued, "Now I can bite Ah Cheng without worry." After saying that, Indicus opened his mouth and tried to bite Sei Ito. Why?" Sei Ito asked in surprise as he raised his arm and sent it into Indicus's mouth. "If you make me worried, of course I'll bite you. Besides, you treated me and Asola like that just now. If I don't bite you, I won't be able to vent my anger," Indicus said in a muffled voice as he bit Sei Ito's arm. "Did you call me?" Asola turned to look at Sei Ito and Indicus in confusion. "I'm fine," Indicus said. He turned to Asola and said, "Oh." She then turned to Sei Ito and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh no, you're hurt." As he spoke, he took out a handkerchief folded into a square from somewhere and squatted down in front of Sei Ito. He reached out and grabbed the arm that Indicus had bitten earlier. Then, he carefully wiped Sei Ito's arm. "Ah Cheng!" Indicus immediately called out in a low voice. "Ha! Ha ha!" Sei Ito laughed dryly as he looked at Indicus. He didn't know what to do with the confused Asola. Fortunately, Steel, who was done with the palace building script, came back and eased Sei Ito's awkwardness. "I'm going to bring Asola to Yanis. You two stay here for the time being. Look after that guy. I'll be back soon." Steel walked up and grabbed Asola's arm without any gentlemanly demeanor. He then pulled her up and looked at Sei Ito with a frown. "Asola, I'll say it again. My words still stand." Sei Ito looked up at Asola with fear, panic, and confusion on his face. He said to Asola, who was at a loss. When Steel heard Sei Ito's words again, the bad feeling in his heart became even clearer. Without waiting for Asola's reply, he forcefully pulled Asola toward the location where he had contacted Yanis and the others through some unknown means. Sei Ito knew better than to rush things, so he didn't teach Steel a lesson. He quietly watched Asola and Steel walk away until they completely disappeared. "Hey, Indicus, if I really become the enemy of the entire cross-sect because of Asola, or even get expelled from Academy City, will you be with me? When the time comes, are you willing to come with me?" Itosei retracted his gaze and looked at Indicus. Indicus, who was suddenly asked such a serious question, had a shocked expression on her face. She didn't know how to answer. Psychologically speaking, she was willing to be with Sei Ito. However, other than that, she was also in charge of the Naked Catalog, which contained 103,000 books of knowledge. She was also a member of the Church of Necessary Evil, under the British Puritan Church. If the Church sent an order to recall her, she wouldn't be able to resist. Moreover, if things really got to that point, the church would definitely summon her back. Therefore, in this obvious dilemma, Inticus did not know what to do. Then let me put it another way. Are you willing to be with me? Seito sighed when he saw Inticus's conflicted expression and asked in a way that sounded like a confession. Of course, Inticus replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Seito grabbed Inticus's little hand and pulled her into his arms. If that's the case, I won't let you go, even if it means becoming the enemy of the British Puritan Church. Surprisingly, Inticus didn't bite Seito this time. She lay quietly in Seito's arms and let him hug her. Ugh! After a moment of silence, a painful groan suddenly sounded, attracting Seito and Inticus's attention. I advise you not to move. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when you die. Seito let go of Inticus, stood up from the short steps, and slowly walked towards Jiangongzai with Inticus. After a while, Inticus slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, he understood why Seito warned him not to move. Hey, can you help me take these things away? Then, Jiangongzai looked around and asked Seito anxiously, also, where is Asola who was originally with you? Seito just looked at Jiangongzai quietly. He didn't follow Inticus's instructions to remove the runes, nor did he answer his question about Asola. Let me ask you a question. Are you really going to hand her over to the Roman Orthodox Church? You should know what will happen to her after she goes back, right? Jiangongzai frowned and continued to ask. She will be killed. Inticus said loudly without waiting for Seito's answer. Listen carefully, I'll tell you the conclusion first. Don't hand her over to the Roman Orthodox Church. The real goal of the Roman Orthodox Church is to kill her, Jiangongzai said in a hurried tone. Don't listen, Acheng. This person is just using his words as a weapon. You must not listen to him. Think about it, what good will it do for the enemy to tell us the truth? Inticus finally found a chance to interject with a serious expression. We didn't steal the Book of Law, Jiangongzai said in a louder voice, suppressing Inticus's voice. Then, when he realized that Inticus had stopped talking, he calmed his voice and analyzed. Think about it carefully. Why would we want to steal the Book of Law? The Roman Orthodox Church is the largest religious sect in the world, with more than 2 billion followers. Would we make an enemy out of such a huge organization for a mere Book of Law? Don't pay attention to him, Ah Cheng. Inticus's body tensed up slightly, and he said firmly, We know that the Amakusa order has weakened because of the loss of the female pope. So, you want to use the mysterious and powerful magic recorded in the Book of Law to make up for your lack of strength, isn't that right? But why do we need to increase our strength? Jiangongzai asked with a smile. Maybe he was too anxious, or the weather was too hot, or maybe it was something in between, but visible sweat dripped down Jiangongzai's face. The Amakusa order has been persecuted so many times in history. Don't we have any countermeasures? Outsiders don't even know where our headquarters is. Besides, there are many vortex points that only we know about in Yi Nengshongjing's proudest special movement magic, miniature pilgrimage. If that's the case, how would the enemy attack the headquarters that only we know the location of? Jiangongzai explained to himself. Hey, let me ask you something. What kind of magic book is the Book of Law? Jiangongzai suddenly asked Seito and Inticus. Seito turned to look at Inticus, and Inticus could only explain unwillingly. The Book of Law is a magic book written in a strange language. The secret code is very complicated. It can even be said that it's a language of a completely different system. In the past, it was believed that the only person who could interpret the Book of Law correctly was the author, Edward Alexander. His other name was Crowley. The most important concept in the Book of Law was a sentence written by the author himself. Do as thou wilt, that is thy law. But other than that, no one knows the details. The Book of Law recorded the things described by Iwos. What exactly Iwos is also a mystery. Some say that he's Crowley's guardian angel, while others say that he's a criminal. As for the content, some believe that it teaches humans how to use angelic spells. Because the spells are too powerful, it's said that once the Book of Law is opened, the era of the cross religion will end, and a new era will begin. That's the problem, Jiangongzai said meaningfully, that's the main point. The power of the Book of Law is indeed terrifying. If humans can really use angelic spells, the era of the cross religion will end in a day. When many people have the power to surpass the Pope, the power pyramid created by the Church will collapse. However, not everyone wants to obtain this power. After a pause, Palace Building Zhai continued. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.